Hey there, dear listeners. I'm thrilled you could join me for a spooky tale that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Have you ever had a strange feeling in the dark or heard an unexpected knock at your door? Well, tonight we'll dive into a chilling story about the midnight visitor. Here, we explore the scariest stories that will keep you on the edge of your seat. To keep this channel growing, I'm begging you to subscribe and like this video. Your support truly motivates me. And don't forget to comment about where you're listening from. I'm curious to know your haunted locations. But wait, before we jump in, I've got something special just for you. Imagine shedding those extra pounds effortlessly while you sleep. Sounds amazing, right? Well, there's a weight loss dietary supplement that can help you lose weight without lifting a finger. Click the link in the description below to learn more about this incredible opportunity. And after that, make sure to comment about where you're listening from, so we can share this spooky journey together. Now, let's unravel the mystery of the midnight visitor. The story begins. Every night at exactly midnight, a soft but eerie knock echoes through the stillness of my small town home. It started just a few weeks ago, and at first I thought it was just a dream. Each time it happened, I would pull my blanket tighter around me and squeeze my eyes shut, hoping it would just go away. But it didn't. At first, my family and I brushed it off. It's probably just a tree branch, my brother said, giggling. Or maybe it's the wind, my sister chimed in, clearly trying to scare me. But as the nights went by, I began to wonder. Who or what was knocking at our door, and why did they choose midnight? One fateful night, we decided to be brave. We all sat together in the living room, our eyes glued to the clock as it slowly ticked towards 12. By the time the clock struck midnight and the knock echoed through the house, my heart raced louder than the sound. This time, we're going to see who it is, I declared, hoping my voice didn't shake. We all tiptoed to the door, each step feeling like a thunderous roar. As the last knock faded into the darkness, I turned the doorknob and pulled the door open very slowly. The moonlight spilled across our yard, illuminating a figure standing just out of reach. My breath caught in my throat as my heart pounded like a drum. The figure stood perfectly still, not moving an inch. It was cloaked in shadows, and I could hardly make out any features. Goosebumps crawled up my arms. "Hello? Who are you?" I stammered, feeling a mix of fear and curiosity. The figure didn't answer. Instead, it raised an arm, a long, thin arm, and pointed straight at me. I shivered as cold sweat dripped down my back. What did it want? Before I could blink, I heard a whisper, so soft it seemed to glide through the air. "Help me." In that instant, a chill swept through the yard, and shadows danced around us. I wanted to back away, but my feet felt stuck to the floor. My family stood behind me, wide-eyed and silent. Suddenly, the figure took a step forward. It looked almost human but strange, like a dream gone wrong. I strained to see its face, but darkness shrouded it like a thick fog. "Please," the voice came again, shaky and filled with despair. "I need to find peace." My mind raced with questions. What kind of peace did it seek? Why here, at our door? The weight of the moment crashed down on me. I felt as if every scary story I'd ever heard had come alive. I glanced back at my family, their faces a mix of fear and confusion. "What should we do?" I whispered, my voice barely above a breath. Behind the figure, a soft, rustling sound began, as if the darkness itself was awake, lurking and waiting. "Stay away," it warned, its voice now a haunting echo that blended with the whispering wind. The air around us felt heavy, and I could taste fear on my tongue. What if we were in danger? But could we just shut the door and leave this figure out there? Before I could decide, the wind howled, blowing cold air into the house. The atmosphere changed, twisting into something sharper, something darker. Suddenly, I noticed the ground beneath the figure, black and cracked, as if it had swallowed all light around it. It began to shuffle closer as I instinctively closed the door a little, desperate to create a barrier. "I just want to tell my story," it pleaded, its voice softening, almost fragile. Each word felt like a weight pulling in my heart. What kind of story could this figure have in the stillness of the night? Was it a lost spirit? A shadow of someone who had once walked among us? the air filled with an unsettling energy, the kind that makes you feel like 1,000 eyes are watching. The figure flickered, now closer, its arm extended like a desperate plea, a reflection of all its buried pain and loss. And then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, it vanished, leaving only the midnight silence behind, thick and suffocating. I stood there in shock, my mind swirling with confusion and fear. Were we safe? Had we just closed the door on a chance to help someone in need? The question lingered heavy in the air, leaving us frozen in time, the clock ticking down the seconds of our bewilderment. What had we unleashed by opening our door? And would we ever find out what the midnight visitor truly wanted? With the weight of the unknown resting on our shoulders, I knew that this story wasn't done yet. I stepped back from the door, heart pounding and palms sweaty, unsure of what had just happened. The house felt different now, like it had taken a deep breath and was holding it in tight. I glanced over at my family, who looked just as bewildered as I was. My sister was biting her lip, and my brother was fidgeting, his eyes darting around the room, as if expecting the figure to appear again. "Did you see that?" I whispered, the sound escaping my mouth like a frightened squeak. The knock had stopped, but the air was thick with tension, and I felt like something was waiting just outside, watching us. It was hard not to feel like the whole house held its breath, like we were standing on the edge of something terrible. I walked back to the window cautiously, peeking through the curtains. The yard was bathed in moonlight, making everything look eerily beautiful and terrifying at the same time. Shadows twisted and danced under the trees, creating shapes that looked suspiciously human. My imagination was running wild. What if the figure was still out there, lurking in the dark? Suddenly, I noticed something on the ground, glimmering softly in the moonlight. I squinted, straining to see better. It looked like something metallic. My heartbeat quickened again, but I felt an odd pull to find out what it was. "I'll go check," I announced, surprising even myself. The idea of leaving the warmth and safety of the house was terrifying, but something inside urged me on. My family protested, but I was already on my way to the back door. "I'll be right back. I have to know." The night air sent chills through me when I stepped outside. It smelled of damp earth and something else I couldn't quite place, a mix of sweetness and decay. I shuddered but kept moving, drawn closer to the shimmering object on the ground. As I neared the spot, the strange feeling of being watched returned, thicker this time. I looked around, expecting to see the figure again, or maybe something worse. The backyard seemed alive, the shadows writhing in unnatural ways. I knelt down, and the object glimmered brighter as I lifted it. It was a small, rusty key, its surface cold and rough. I turned it over in my hand, trying to understand what it meant. Why is there a key in the backyard? I whispered to no one in particular, but something felt off. I could almost hear the whispers of the wind shaping words, urging me to dig deeper into whatever mystery was buried in the night. Suddenly, a loud rustle echoed from the trees nearby, snapping my attention away from the key. My heart stopped for a moment. It sounded too close. "Hello," I called out, my voice shaky and barely above a whisper. Nothing answered, but the rustling continued, followed by a low growl that made my stomach drop. I turned to run back to the house, but before I could, a shadow leaped from the darkness. It landed right in front of me, blocking my path. My breath caught again as I faced an enormous wolf-like creature, its eyes gleaming with an unnatural glow. It was taller and wider than any dog I'd ever seen, and it stood perfectly still, sizing me up. "Stay back," I shouted, raising the key instinctively like a sword, even though I knew it was useless. The creature didn't move, but its growl grew louder, vibrating in the air like a threat. The hairs on my arm stood on end, and I could feel fear pooling in my stomach like ice. "What do you want?" I gasped, backpedaling, desperate to escape. It gave a low, rumbling bark, and the sound cut through me like a blade. I turned and bolted, the key slipping from my fingers and clattering against the ground. The pounding of my heart drowned out the sound of my feet hitting the grass. I could hear the claws of the creature behind me, snapping at the air, hungry and fast. As I neared the door, I stumbled, my foot slipping on the grass, and my heart sank into my throat. I turned to see how close it was, dread pooling in my stomach as I fell backward. The creature lurked, just at the edge of the light from the house, its eyes glimmering like two deadly moons. Just as I thought I wouldn't make it, I scrambled to my feet and yanked the door open, rushing inside and slamming it shut behind me. I leaned against the door, gasping for breath, my eyes wide with terror. "Did you see that?" I shouted at my family, desperate for someone to understand what I'd just faced. They all stared back at me in shock, but I could see the concern on their faces. "What happened?" my brother asked, his voice barely a whisper. I struggled to convey the fear, the urgency, the raw reality of the danger outside, trying to make them see beyond the terror that surrounded us. But before I could answer, a fierce knock rattled the door. Not the soft knock we've heard before. This was harder, more insistent. "It's here," I muttered, dread crawling under my skin. The figure was back, but this time I felt like it brought something much worse with it. Something that watched, waited, and hungered in the shadows. I glanced at the windows, hoping to see something, anything to tip the scales, to know if we were safe. Outside, the darkness seemed to thicken, coiling around the yard like smoke. My heartbeat echoed in my ears, a frantic rhythm warning me that whatever was out there wanted something from me, or perhaps from all of us. Then, the power flickered, and the lights dimmed momentarily, casting eerie shadows across our living room. I felt a wave of panic wash over me as I recalled the key, lying useless on the ground while I cowered in safety. What if it was a key to something? Something dangerous? The knocking turned to a clawing sound, as if something was trying to force its way inside. I took a step back, my mind racing. "What do we do?" I asked, looking at my family, hoping for guidance. But their faces mirrored my dread, reflecting the eerie awareness that this wasn't a simple game anymore. "We need to get out," my sister finally suggested, glancing at the other exit, panic visibly rising. I couldn't agree more, but the thought of stepping outside again, facing the unknown horrors that lurked in the darkness, sent waves of fear crashing over me. But what if it's waiting out there? I argued, choking on the uncertainty. The air snapped with tension, and the knocking intensified. Whatever was out there wanted in, determined to breach the small sanctuary we had created. "We can't stay here," my brother said, his eyes darting back to the door, but I felt my feet frozen to the ground. There was an overwhelming fear of what lay beyond. Just then, a breathy voice whispered through the crack under the door. "Help me." It was the same voice from before, the figure outside, pleading for something I couldn't understand. I felt a chill race down my spine as the realization hit me. This wasn't just about me anymore. We were all part of its story now, and it wouldn't rest until it got what it was looking for. The lights flickered again, edging closer to total darkness, and I felt utterly lost in the shadows creeping around us. The weight of the unknown pressed down, trapping us in fear. Those whispers grew more insistent, rising above our heartbeat, intertwining with my thoughts. What if we had to face whatever it is together to be free? Would we be brave enough, or would we falter, letting despair pull us under? I turned back to my family, feeling the strength of our connection rising with every heartbeat. "We need to face it," I said, surprising even me, clenching my fists. I felt a surge of determination, fighting through the fear. We can't let it take us without knowing what it wants. Together, in that moment, we understood the risk, but we also felt the urgency fill the air. With our hearts racing, we moved cautiously toward the door, every sound amplified in the tension-stretched silence. The knocking stopped, and in its place, a low moan began to echo through the house, filling the spaces between us. I could feel that it was now or never, and we had to find the courage that hid within the shadows of our fear. The door felt cold against my palm, and with a glance shared between my family, we opened it together, stepping out into the unknown. Each heartbeat roared in our ears as questions loomed in the darkness. What awaited us? Would we unravel the mystery, or would we become part of it? As the cool night air hit my face, I saw the figure in the yard, shrouded in darkness, but something was different. It felt like the night itself was alive, a predator waiting for its prey. With every shuddering breath, I could feel something ancient and unsettling surrounding us, ready to reveal its secrets. The creature shifted, its eyes reflecting both fear and longing, mirroring what we felt. I spoke before I could think. "What do you want?" And in that moment, suspended in the eerie fog of the night, I anticipated the reply would change everything. The figure in the yard didn't answer at first. It stood there, cloaked in shadows, its features barely visible. My heart raced as I strained to see its face, hoping for any sign of what it truly wanted, a lost soul seeking help, or something much darker. "I am talking to you," I stammered, edging forward a little, my family at my side, their eyes wide with a mix of fear and curiosity. The moon hung low, casting an otherworldly glow on everything, and our yard felt like it had slipped into another realm where reality twisted like the gnarled branches of the old trees surrounding us. At last it shifted slightly, and I caught a glimpse of its eyes. They were deep, hollow voids, like pools of night that seemed to draw in the light around them. Something deep within me quaked at that sight. It felt like those eyes saw right through me, digging into my very essence. The voice finally broke the silence, hushed and trembling, floating in the air like a distant echo. I seek release," it said, its voice like gravel. "I am trapped between worlds, and your home calls to me." My breath caught as it spoke, each word wrapping around my heart like a vice. The feeling in the air shifted, becoming thick and heavy, as if the shadows themselves were trying to pull me in. "What do you mean?" I forced myself to ask, feeling the chill creep higher up my spine. Release from what? Every instinct screamed at me to turn and run, to scream and shut the door, but I knew deep down that running wouldn't help. This wasn't some ordinary encounter. Something greater loomed before us. The figure took a step closer, and I noticed it was no longer just a shadow. It had a shape, a form, long fingers that curled like claws, dirty nails that looked like they had scraped across time. Its expression was a blend of despair and longing, as if it bore the weight of countless nights spent yearning for something it could never reach. "I was once, like you," it said slowly, anguish threading through its voice. "A child, innocent. But then darkness fell over my world. I was taken, lost in the shadows, unable to return. A low rumble of thunder cracked above, making us jump. The night felt alive, as if it were siding with the figure, urging us to listen, compelling us to understand. What kind of darkness?" My voice was barely a whisper now. Every story I'd ever heard about haunted places crept back into my mind. Lost souls, purgatory, and entities that needed something from the living. I looked at my family, their faces drained of color, fear palpable in the air between us. "I seek the key," it breathed, a hint of desperation creeping into its tone. "It lies buried in this very yard." A cold shiver danced down my spine. The key, the rusty one I had dropped. Did it belong to the figure? Was it connected to the darkness it spoke of? What does it unlock? I pressed, my mind racing with possibilities as curiosity battled with fear. "The door to my prison," it replied, its voice wavering. "I thought you could help." The key unlocks freedom, not just for me, but for others stuck in the night. I glanced behind me hesitantly, the house feeling like a sanctuary filled with warmth, in stark contrast to the chilling terror outside. But the weight of its words hung heavy in the air. I felt the need to know more, the desire to piece together this puzzle that had dropped on our doorstep. "How can we help?" I asked, the decision forming in my heart. Would this be our chance to save something lost? "Dig," it replied, its clawed hand pointing toward the ground beneath our feet, as if it could see the restlessness of the earth. "But beware, time is a cruel master. Those who linger too long in darkness often become a part of it." Suddenly, the air crackled again, and the shadows around us began to shift and swirl, as if alive, crawling toward us. Panic surged again, threatening to consume us, and grabbing my family's arms, I whispered urgently, "We need to act fast." Without fully grasping the implications, I ran for the nearest garden spade, my heart pounding. The figure watched, its glow seeming to pulse with my fear. I returned quickly, shaking but resolute. "Show us where. We'll dig it up." The figure moved back slightly, morphing like gas in the wind. There, it pointed again, the starlight glinting off its long nails. Directly under the old oak tree, gripping the spade tightly, I led the way, my family close behind, each pounding heartbeat echoing an overwhelming mix of dread and determination. We reached the old oak tree, its roots twisting above the ground like skeletal fingers. I fell to my knees, digging the spade into the earth with a feverish urgency. The ground felt cool against my fingertips, and as I scraped away the dirt, worry gnawed at me. What if we were making a mistake? What if we pulled something nasty from the depths? A darkness we couldn't fight. In my fervor to uncover this mystery, dirt flew everywhere, and the air became thick with worry. Each scoop felt heavier than the last, the night growing quieter around us, as if the world held its breath. My hands trembled, and beads of sweat formed on my brow while the figure remained, watching in silence. Just then, the spade struck something hard, and my heart jumped. I quickly dug deeper, revealing a small, weathered box, old and rotting at the edges. A sulfurous scent wafted up as I pulled it free, and I could feel a surge of energy thrumming through the air. My stomach flipped with unease, and it almost felt as if the ground beneath me trembled at the awakening of this thing. But my curiosity was stronger than my fear. "What is it?" I gasped, holding it up for us all to see. The moonlight glinted off it, partially illuminating strange symbols carved into the wood. They looked ancient, filled with a language I did not understand. The figure inhaled sharply, eyes widening. "That is the key and the gateway. Open it." I blinked rapidly, unsure if I should heed its words. What lay within could be salvation, or it could unleash horror beyond our comprehension. But the figure's gaze was piercing. I felt compelled to find out. I reached for the rusty latch, my fingers trembling as they hovered above. "Wait!" My brother shouted, panic in his voice. "What if it's not safe? What if it keeps all the darkness inside?" But the choice was already in my hands, and my heart raced, buzzing with an energy that felt alive. "I have to see," I said, as I slowly undid the latch. It clicked softly, the sound echoing out into the night. The lid creaked open, and suddenly a gust of wind rushed past us, shrieking like a banshee through the trees. The air turned bitter cold, and I felt an unseen force tugging at the box. I froze, eyes widening, as I stared into the darkness that opened before me. Deep inside lay a dark, swirling mist, swirling around as if it dared me to reach in, to delve into the secrets that had been buried for so long. And in that moment, before I could think twice, I plunged my hand into the mist, feeling it wrap around my fingers like cold smoke. What I felt next shook me to my core. The mist wove around my fingers like icy tendrils, and an electric charge surged through me, making every hair on my body stand on end. Images flashed in my mind, fragments of memories that weren't mine. I saw a child's face, wide eyes filled with terror, running through a darkened forest, chased by something unseen. A scream echoed in my ears, and I jolted back, withdrawing my hand as if it had been burned. I looked up, panting, the shadows around me thickening, pressing closer. A fear unlike any I had ever known clutched my chest as I exchanged horrified glances with my family. They must have felt it too, the air crackling with tension, the atmosphere tinted with something sinister. "What just happened?" my sister whispered, her voice trembling as she clutched my arm, her nails digging in. "Did you see that?" I don't know," I stuttered, my breath coming out in short gasps. The mist had stirred something deep within me, an unsettling awareness that felt like it reached beyond the boundaries of this world. All around us, the air vibrated, alive with dread and anticipation, as though it anticipated something terrible. A low growl emanated from the depths of the darkness around the tree, sending chills racing down my spine. I turned to see shadows shifting among the branches, creeping closer. The figure was still there, but now it seemed more solid, more defined, its outline sharper and its eyes glowing like coals in the dark. "Close it! Close it!" my brother shouted, panic rippling through his voice. "I can't. There's something in here," I replied, almost hypnotized by the swirling mist. I felt it calling to me, whispering secrets about the past, about sins and regrets buried in the earth. Images haunted me, more vivid and piercing. A shadowy figure standing over the child, a flash of teeth against the dark, hungry and mangled. "Whatever you do, don't listen." The warning came from the figure, its voice now urgent and strained. "It's using you. It seeks a host, a vessel to fulfill its dark desires." My fingers trembled against the edge of the box, and in that moment, every fiber of my being screamed to let go, to flee back into the safety of my home. But a part of me, drawn in by the promise of knowledge, the allure of unveiling the truth, couldn't bear to close it. I sat frozen, caught in the inky tendrils of the mist, hearing the faintest whispers. The child's voice mingled with distant laughter that twisted into something tormented. I gritted my teeth and closed my eyes, shaking my head, trying to fight against the creeping pull of the memories. "This isn't real. Get out of my head!" I yelled into the night as the shadows around us thickened, closing in like a hungry beast. Then the atmosphere shifted. A burst of cold wind whipped around us, swirling through the yard, carrying a cacophony of shrieks and whispers of anguish. The sound felt as if it clawed at my insides, making me want to scream and cover my ears simultaneously. My heart raced as I jerked the lid shut, but it resisted, the mist trying to force its way back, desperate as if to drag me down into the dark abyss. With adrenaline surging through me, I realized I had to end this for good. "Help me!" I shouted to my family, and together we bore down, forcing the lid closed. There was an agonizing moment when it felt like time stood still, the shadows lurking behind us whispering threats, urging me to relent. Finally, with one last push, the lid snapped shut as a deafening roar erupted from the darkness, chilling us to the bone. Silence followed, thick and heavy, settling around us like a shroud, leaving our hearts hammering in our chests. But something was wrong. A heavy weight pressed against my chest, a suffocating presence that bore down harder with every breath I took. I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever we had fought against had transformed in the darkness, shifting shapes to accommodate its hunger. The figure in the yard stepped closer, its previously shimmering silhouette now twisted and grotesque, the eyes no longer shining, but reflecting dark desires. "You must be careful. It is angry now, and it will want what it lost. It hungers for a sacrifice, one of you," it said, voice lowered to a grim rasp. "What do you mean?" I stammered, dread creeping in. The night felt like it had fallen into a bottomless pit of despair, and I felt trapped at the center, unable to escape. "It needs a soul to fill the void it has created. The longer you remain here, the greater its grasp becomes." Panic pulsed through us, and my family's faces twisted in confusion and fear. No, we won't let it take anyone," I shouted, determination swelling within me. "We can't let darkness win." The figure's form flickered, and I sensed desperation simmering beneath its otherworldly facade. "Only one of you can stop this. You must undo what has been done. You must confront it. What do we have to do?" I cried, feeling the weight of their gazes on me, their breath held in anticipation. But as I stood there, something deep within gnawed at my resolve. What if facing it meant condemning one of us? "Dig deeper," it whispered, its voice taking on a darker tone. "The true key lies beneath. You must confront the core of anguish, your fear, your pain, to banish the darkness for good." The weight of its words hit me like a brick wall, each syllable carrying the weight of those lost memories, urging me to face the unfaceable. My heart raced as doubt clawed at my mind, but I knew that turning back now would only feed the darkness. I grasped the spade once more and took a deep breath. "We don't have much time. We have to dig together until we find it, With shaky hands, I plunged the spade into the ground again, each thrust of the blade heavy with foreboding. The dirt felt like damp cloth against my fingers, clinging and unforgiving. As I dug deeper, shapes began to emerge from the shadows, twisting around our ankles. The dark spirits of the lost flitted about, their whispers rising like a haunting melody. "Help us free," they chanted, their ghostly forms weaving in and out of sight, begging us to understand. I could see their pain, feel their anguish like a gust of wind tugging at my heart. The deeper I dug, the louder their cries became. My heart sank, dread pouring into me. But I pressed on, driven by a fierce determination to release them from their torment. With every scoop of dirt, a chill wrapped around my spine, creeping into my thoughts. "Keep going," I urged my family, tears threatening to spill. "We can't give up now." But as the hole deepened, something strange stirred beneath the surface. The ground trembled gently, responding to my actions. I hesitated, searching for a sign from the figure. Was I really ready to face whatever lay below? Thunder rumbled ominously above, echoing the turmoil within. Suddenly, the earth cracked open, a sharp moan seeping from the ground that resonated through my bones. We stumbled backward as a black mist poured forth, blacker than any night, swirling and writhing like a beast awakened from slumber. I gasped as the mist coalesced into a form, one I recognized from those fleeting memories. A child, a girl with wide, haunting eyes, staring up at us with pure, desperate longing. "Help me," she cried, her voice soaked in pain, dripping with echoes of sorrow. "Get away!" I screamed, realizing that this wasn't the release we had hoped for. This was the essence of that lost soul, frayed and distorted. The figure loomed behind us, shadow stretching with darkness. "You must make a choice." Panic surged again as the swirling shadows circled the girl, clawing at her, trying to pull her back into the depths. I felt helpless, rooted in place as horror unfolded before my eyes. My family cried out. Horror swept across their faces, but the choice fell squarely on my shoulders. Would I sacrifice my own fears to save her, to banish the darkness forever? "Please," the girl wailed, the echoes of desperation clawing at whatever strength I had left. As the whispers grew louder, swirling around me like an angry wind, I knew in my heart that this was my moment. With every ounce of fear and dread I pushed aside, I raised the spade one last time, ready to confront the unknown that lurked beneath the surface. I would claim the light back from the shadows, no matter the cost. I had to face the unknown. I gripped the spade tighter, my knuckles turning white as a sickening chill draped over me, a foreboding reminder of the darkness that lurked just beneath the surface. With renewed determination, I plunged the spade again into the soft earth, sweat trickling down my back. Each stroke felt heavier as though the weight of the world rested on my shoulders. But I pushed on, heart pounding like a drum with each fleeting thought. The air grew thick with tension, the shadows closing in tighter around us as I unearthed remnants of buried anguish. Several dark, twisted roots broke free from the ground, snaking up like fingers reaching to claw at the air. The whispers intensified, echoing in a haunting harmony that made my skin crawl. "Help her, set her free," they cried, weaving a gruesome tapestry of sorrow that wrapped around my mind. Terror twisted in my gut, settling there like a stone. Just as I dared to glance back at my family, I saw their faces contorted, gripped by fear. They stood frozen, rooted in place as the shadows flickered menacingly behind them, their eyes wide and helpless. "Don't look away," I shouted, desperate to keep them anchored in the moment. "We have to believe." The wind shrieked, carrying the ghostly girl's voice which rang with a chilling sweetness. "Please, I need you." The mist swirled in repulsive patterns, a vortex of despair tugging at my mind with every passing second. Images exploded before me again. I saw the girl in a dimly lit room, something dark looming over her. I felt her fear, that paralyzing sense of dread invading my heart. It tangled with my own fears, distorting into something unbearable. I swung the spade one more time, thrusting deeper, rupturing the earth's surface as gravel and debris flew in all directions. Suddenly, something cold wrapped around my ankle, a grasp that felt as real as a hand made of ice. My breath caught in my throat, shock flooding my senses as I stumbled back, catching myself just before I fell. I looked down, and my heart plummeted. Shadows coiled at my feet, slithering like serpents crawling up my legs, drawing near with a menacing hiss. Panic rose in my throat like bile. "Get off me!" I shouted, thrashing against the dark tendrils that tightened their hold, their grip like chains, binding me in place. In that moment, I felt the fear seep into my very soul, embraced by the darkness surrounding me. Its whispers were now screaming, a chorus of tortured voices rising together, drowning out everything else, demanding attention. "You can't escape. You belong to us now." I yanked at my legs, fighting against the grasp, my heart hammering against my ribcage as the figures began to shift, blinking in and out like dim, flickering lights. Each one carried the face of despair, each one a reflection of souls trapped within their own anguish. My breath hitched again, panic gnawing at me, swallowing me whole. This was more than I had bargained for. But then came a flicker of defiance, igniting within me. I had come this far. I would not let my fear control me. I remembered the girl's face trapped in that world of shadow. She was not alone, and I had to do this. I needed to help her if there was any chance of breaking free from this nightmare. With newfound determination, I stomped hard on the shadow's grip, focusing on the very essence of my willpower. "You will not take me," I screamed, the words spilling from my lips like a battle cry. The struggle became a furious duel as I swung the spade again, this time with every ounce of rage and strength I could summon. With a deafening crack, I struck the ground anew, sending dirt flying backward as the very earth shook beneath me. It felt like a release, the shadows recoiling in horror. Or was it pain? The girl's voice cried out once more, clearer now, resonating through the cacophony of darkness. "Thank you. Please hurry." Her words echoed, wrapping around me, channeling my deepest fears into a single, thrusting force to push through. As I dug deeper, pushing away the chaos around me, I unearthed something warm and pulsing, soft and glowing beneath the cold soil. I couldn't tear my gaze away as my fingers brushed against it. The sensation sent waves of warmth through my touch, radiating gently and urging me to embrace it. It was a small, intricately carved heart. As my fingers wrapped around the heart, the shadows screamed collectively, a raw, horrific sound that echoed through the night. Darkness lashed out violently, snapping and writhing like a beast in agony. The icy grip around my ankle loosened, but just as swiftly, the ground surged, trying to pull me down with it. I felt energy flowing through me, a strange luminescence mixing with my fear, intertwining and bursting forth. "This is our heart," I shouted, glancing at my family. "It belongs to the girl." My realization sparked a sense of urgency. Somehow, we had to restore it, breathe life back into the pulse of hope that was desperately trying to escape the shadows. The figure hovered above us, flickering like a flame in the wind. Its eyes, once hollow, now glowed with something akin to hope. "You understand. Do not let it consume you," it urged, its voice straining against the chaos. The shadows pressed in again, but I could feel the warmth surging, a protective force that pushed back against the darkness that spread like ink across the yard. "Together!" I yelled, raising the heart high as the mist began to swirl around us, binding back together. "We need to connect. Join hands." Confusion was etched on their faces, but my family reacted quickly, grasping one another's hands tightly. I felt the warmth radiating, spreading like ripples in water. We closed our eyes as the glow swelled, pooling around us, bathing us from outside in. The shadows thrashed, becoming frantic, screeching in a cacophony of rage as the heart pulsed in my grip, beating with the same rhythm as my own. each thrum resonating with power. The earth trembled again as light cascaded, pushing back the dark, a brilliant wave washing over every inch of this haunted space, urging us to cleanse it. "Let go of your fears," I yelled, gripping the heart tightly. "Don't let it take you." Then, in a moment of pure clarity, I saw the girl again, her figure flickering like a dying candle. She reached out, her expression filled with longing and desperation. "Don't let me fade." With an explosive rush, I pressed the heart deep into the soil, channeling every ounce of strength I had left. The shadows screamed, their anguish tearing through the night as the light burst forth, illuminating the yard, rendering the darkness powerless. I felt the warmth seep out, filling the space around us, wrapping us in tendrils of safety and hope. "We did it," my brother shouted, a note of disbelief coloring his voice as the shadows writhed, pulling back almost in shock. As the mist began to recede, the figure softened, eyes glistening with gratitude that pierced through the despair. "You have chosen wisely. You are the light that can save the lost." But just as things began to settle, the ground began to quake violently, and cracks spiderwebbed through the soil. Waves of anguish spiraled around us, and the shadows were not done yet. They surged forward, desperate to reclaim their prey, to snatch away the heart I had just unearthed. A massive wind ripped through the yard, howling in a maddening frenzy, and I felt it lock around me, dragging me backward. "Hold on!" I screamed, looking into my family's eyes, fear mingling with the wild rush of adrenaline. "We have to finish this." The battle was far from over. The ground trembled violently beneath my feet, a deep rumble that vibrated through my bones, reverberating the dark presence that still sought to pull me back into its depths. The shadows writhed in desperation like trapped animals, fighting against the luminous glow we had summoned. I felt fear and adrenaline surge through my body, both pushing me to stand my ground and urging me to flee from the terrifying chaos. "Don't you dare let go," I shouted, gripping my family's hands tighter, feeling their warmth against the fierce chill creeping in around us. "We have to face it together." With every passing second, the shadows morphed into twisted forms, their grotesque shapes flickering at the edge of my vision, teasing and taunting like remnants of nightmares clawing to be real. The wind howled louder, carrying with it whispers of old fears, memories long buried. I could almost make out half-formed words, fragments of despair that tugged at the edges of my sanity. "You'll never escape," they seemed to say, and I felt a coldness seep into my heart at the thought that we were outmatched. But I wouldn't let that happen. I refused to succumb to the darkness that tried to claim me. I pushed deeper, fixing my gaze on the heart that pulsed in my hand. It radiated a soft light that spread like tendrils of hope against the tide of shadows. "Focus on the light," I cried out, my voice nearly swallowed by the cacophony. As I stood there, the glowing heart became the focal point of my resolve, illuminating my vision as if it were a lighthouse calling us home through the storm. Suddenly, one of the shadows broke free from the mass. It rose higher, a towering figure that sent palpable waves of dread crashing over me. I recognized it, an abomination twisted and grotesque, resembling a loved one long gone, face stretched in sorrow, eyes hollow and dark as the void itself. "Help me," it echoed, voice cracking like ice, the anguish in its tone cutting through my heart. It raised a hand, trembling, almost pleading, and I felt the thin thread connecting us, a shared weight of haunting memories. But then I remembered the girl's face, bright and clear, a reminder of why I fought against the darkness. "Stay back," I shouted, even as the figure drew closer, its shape shifting, the air growing thick with despair. The shadows began to swirl around it, howling in discontent, threatening to devour me whole. I could see their desire to drag me down into the abyss, to strip me of my light. "I won't abandon you," I shouted at the apparition, refusing to let the grief I felt succumb to fear. "You don't have to suffer. We can set you free." My heart raced as I focused on the warmth of the light pulsing in my hands, channeling every ounce of faith into it, letting it wrap around me like a shield. But as I did, the shadow lunged, a dark force racing toward me with terrifying speed. I felt the cold wash of dread enveloping me, wrapping its fingers around my throat as its presence washed over me, dragging me closer to the edge of that yawning pit. The shadows tried to pull my family apart, the bonds of our hands straining under the pressure of the encroaching darkness. "Keep hold!" I yelled, my voice now shaky but determined. "Don't let go!" I could hardly recognize myself as panic crept into my chest, a clawing sensation. Fear clawed at my gut, trying to break the fragile barrier I had created. But I focused on the heart, the glowing warmth it radiated. Even as the shadows hissed and writhed around us, their whispers intertwined with promises of eternal darkness. Then everything shifted. An explosion of energy surged forth from the heart, the light flooding the darkness like a blazing star cutting through a black void. I couldn't contain the heat coursing through me as the shadows shrieked, their forms dissipating into swirling tendrils of mist. The figure stopped, its gaunt expression shifting to one of confusion and desperation. "Please don't leave me," it cried, its voice now a distant echo, breaking my heart anew as it reached out. I could see the sorrow and regret etched into its features, a reflection of everything it had lost. But the light persisted, pushing back against the darkness, illuminating the fear behind the figure, revealing the raw pain that tied it to this realm. "Let go," I breathed, channeling every ounce of empathy I could muster. I looped my fingers around the heart, letting its energy flow out in a beam of pure intention that connected to the figure. "You can be free. You don't have to suffer anymore." With a shudder, the figure hesitated, fear flickering in its hollow eyes as it absorbed the warmth flooding toward it. The shadows twisted violently, trying to reclaim the hold they once had, but they were losing ground, beginning to dissolve. A radiant pulse resonated through the darkness, brightening the ragged edges of despair as the figure trembled, yearning for release, a flicker of recognition shining through its depths. I can't let go," it whispered, pain etched into every word as if its very existence was tied to the sorrow that surrounded it. The shadows lashed out once again, trying to pull me back, but I braced myself, directing the light into a more concentrated beam, pouring everything I had into this act of mercy. "You can," I cried, feeling the shadows claw at my ankles. "You are stronger than the darkness. Embrace the light." As I stood there, the pulse of the heart grew stronger, merging with the shadows and illuminating the face of the figure. The overwhelming sense of anguish began to thaw, melting away, but the grasp of despair still fought against me, desperately trying to pull me down into the void. Then came a moment of clarity, a single heartbeat that felt like the world had stopped. I could feel it, a shift, a sense of surrender deep within the figure. "I'm lost," it whispered. "I don't know how." "Yes, you do," I shouted, tears streaming down my face as fear gave way to fierce determination. "You have to want to let go. Remember your light." In that instant, the shadows shrieked one final time, the darkness unraveling as the figure hesitated only for a moment longer. The girl's voice echoed in my ears, a gentle urging that resonated through my soul. "Set them free. Set us all free." With a deafening roar, light burst forth, blindingly brilliant, cutting through the darkness like a knife. The shadows thrashed, screeching in agony as the hold on my ankles loosened. Just as the brightness swelled, the figure surged forward, arms reaching out to embrace the light. "I'll try," it exclaimed, a spark of hope igniting in its eyes. And with that, the shadows disintegrated, a swirling mass of nothingness that faded into soft whispers, leaving behind an echo of peace. The ground began to settle, vibrations softening as the air cleared, and I staggered backward, breathless. The pulsing heart still glowed in my grip, resonating with warmth as the world around me transformed. I felt my family's hands grip mine tightly, grounding me in a reality that was shifting before our eyes. We released the darkness together, the last remnants retreating into the night, a disembodied whisper saying that we had conquered something far greater than ourselves. But as the warmth enveloped us, I could still feel an ominous presence lingering in the corners of my mind, a reminder that shadows never truly vanished. They merely faded, waiting for another chance to creep back in. As the last of the shadows dissipated into the night, a heavy silence enveloped us, thick and oppressive. I could hardly believe we had made it through that harrowing moment. I turned to my family, their faces still etched with disbelief. But relief washed over me as I saw the light in their eyes, a shared understanding that we had survived something unfathomable. Yet a lingering chill whispered through the air, a reminder that this battle might not truly be over. I set the glowing heart down carefully, its light fading but still pulsing gently like a heartbeat. The night felt too quiet, and I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched, that unseen eyes remained fixated on us, lurking in the shadows waiting for a chance to strike again. My instinct screamed at me to leave, but a nagging sense of curiosity urged me to stay. "Did you see that?" I asked, my voice trembling as I turned back to the darkness, eyes scanning the murky edges illuminated by the soft glow of our heart. Something was here, something more than just shadows. My family exchanged worried glances, but didn't speak. Suddenly, a cold gust whipped through the yard, lifting the hair on the back of my neck. The air shimmered, and I could almost feel the weight of dread that hung, thick as fog, coiling around us. A low hum filled the silence, resonating from the depths of the woods just beyond our property. It was as if the woods had awakened, the trees shifting and creaking as if they had stories of their own to tell, eerie tales rooted in secrets and suffering. "Let's go inside," my brother suggested, voice barely above a whisper. But as we turned to move, a figure emerged from the shadows, gliding between the trees, its delicate outline barely discernible but hauntingly familiar. My heart dropped. This shape echoed the girl I had seen earlier, the spectral figure that had beckoned us to help her. It stood still, a long shadow cast under the muted moonlight, its face obscured but filled with an aura of longing and fear. "Wait!" I called, unable to tear my gaze away. The figure flickered like a candle, flickering between existence and nothingness, heart-wrenching yet beautiful. A potent mix of emotions surged through me, fear intertwined with an unshakable pull, urging me forward. "Are you here to help? Or to haunt?" The sincerity in my voice pierced through the stillness, and the air thickened as the figure drew closer, revealing more of its features. And for a brief moment, I felt a connection, a sadness that wrapped around me like a shroud. It stopped at the edge of the light, eyes glistening with pain, a whispered plea escaping its lips. "You must listen," it breathed, its voice light, almost ethereal. "The darkness is not gone. It will return. You have only postponed what is meant to be. You are tied to it now." Chills crept down my spine, and I tightened my grip around the heart, the soft light flickering nervously in response to the girl's words. "What do you mean? We fought it off," I yelled, the growing panic swelling inside me. "We won." The shadows had retreated, hadn't they? "Victory is an illusion," she replied, her tone a mixture of desperation and warning. "The heart you uncovered has awakened them all. You have to understand, there are others, darker than you can imagine. They are drawn to your light, eager to extinguish it." Darkness settled back over our family like an unwelcome cloak, and I exchanged fearful glances with my brother and parents. Waves of unease crashed upon us, drowning out the fragile calm we had felt moments before. "What do we do?" I asked as my voice hitched in my throat, the reality of her words striking like a hammer against glass. The apparition extended a hand to me, its fingers trembling, the shadows swirling around its form. "You must unearth the others," it pleaded. "Only then can their hearts be freed and the grip of the darkness weakened. You are the key. You are the only hope." Every instinct in me screamed to run, to escape this nightmarish world I had inadvertently uncovered. Yet, a flicker of determination ignited within. The fear of the unknown clashed with the need to act. I had come this far. The thought of abandoning those who still suffered pushed me onward. If I do this, how do I find them? I asked, my heart racing, each beat echoing my resolve. Follow the pulse of the heart, she whispered, looking over her shoulder as if she felt the shadows creeping closer. Each spirit calls out, but only those who can hear will find them. You have to dig deeper. They're closer than you think. With a sudden motion, she stepped back into the shadows, and I reached out instinctively, but my fingers grasped only air. Wait, don't go! I cried out, panic rising within me. Just like that, she vanished, swallowed whole by dismal obscurity, leaving behind an unsettling silence that made my skin crawl. Did you see that? My mom stammered, breaking the heavy quiet that followed. What just happened? I shook my head, still reeling from the encounter, but determination filled me. We need to figure this out. We can't let the darkness take over. Not again. My voice broke slightly, but I could tell they felt the urgency, the impending threat of failure looming just beyond the shadows. As we cautiously turned to head back toward the house, my instincts flared once more. The air grew colder, and a sense of dread wrapped around me like an old friend. In the growing darkness, I could swear I heard whispers again, faint echoes calling out from the depths of the woods, a siren's song beckoning me closer. Had the girl truly led me to something more? Without thinking, I took my first step toward the trees, the heart pulsing with light in my hands. The further I ventured, the louder the whispers grew, gnawing at my thoughts, querying, pleading. My family hesitated at the edge, but I couldn't turn back now. Something deep within me compelled me to keep searching. With each step, it felt as if the shadows coiled tighter around my ankles, struggling to pull me back while I pressed on, guided by the faint glimmers of hope that shone through the chaos. Stay close, I called over my shoulder, though a chill of panic unfurled in my gut. Are you sure about this? My brother asked, the tremor in his voice reflecting the uncertainty that gnawed at all of us. No, but we have to do it, I replied, trying to sound confident even as I felt doubts settling in. If we don't, we may lose everything. Deeper into the woods, the whispers transformed, morphing into anguished cries that clawed at my mind. The shadows seemed to pulse with energy, tumbling around us, waving like long fingers trying to snatch our very souls. The cold began to bite, a chill that felt like ice sliding beneath my skin. Stay together, I urged, feeling a presence lurking just beyond our reach, teasing my thoughts with visions of what might come next. The heart's glow flickered, casting sinister shadows that danced on twisted trees and jagged rocks, and I realized I had opened a door into a nightmare that wasn't ready to relent. As the wind howled around me, carrying the cries of lost souls, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being hunted, that something darker than we had faced before was waiting just beyond the veil of light. And as we ventured further, shadows pulsed deeper into the heart of the woods, dark forces lying in wait, relentless in their desire to consume the light we so desperately clung to. Once we stepped further into the woods, shadows twisted more menacingly, chasing us down the narrow path, flickering like the last dying embers of a fire. The trees around us twisted their branches into gnarled shapes, looming overhead like ancient sentinels guarding secrets too dark to share. Every rustle of leaves amplified the tension, echoing my rapid heartbeat, while the whispers grew louder, forming a haunting cacophony that echoed through my mind, making it hard to think clearly. "Do you hear that?" my sister asked, her voice trembling, her eyes darting nervously. I nodded, though the flutter in my stomach warned me against moving deeper. Every step felt like a lure into a trap set by unseen hands, beckoning me closer to the heart of darkness. Yet something pulled me forward, a blend of desperation and courage, the need to uncover what lay hidden in the shadows. With the pulsing, heart cupped in my hands, I focused on the warmth radiating from it, grounding myself against the engulfing dread. The light acted as a beacon, but the murmurs twisted around us, rushing in like a cold wind. They seemed to beckon, call from the depths of the forest, urging us on. Hidden eyes flickered behind the trees, and just for a moment, I could have sworn I saw faces, agonized expressions caught in states of torment, their mouths moving as if trying to scream, but no sound emerged. "Keep moving," I urged, striding faster, the pulse of the heart growing frantic despite my efforts to steady myself. My family followed closely, their presence a fragile anchor against the onslaught of dread that threatened to inundate us. But each moment felt precarious, laced with an overwhelming sense of being watched, as if the very darkness itself was alive, hungry for our fear. Suddenly, the ground shifted beneath my feet, and I stumbled, nearly falling into a shallow pit cloaked in shadow. The hole seemed to breathe, emanating a low, guttural sound that sent chills spiraling down my spine. "What the?" I gasped, peering over the edge. Eerie shapes swirled within, and the shadows darted in all directions, swirling like smoke. A low scraping noise rose from below, trapped souls whispering in an endless loop of agony. My stomach dropped. We need to go," I breathed, trying to pull my family away from the ominous pit that seemed ready to swallow us whole. But as I turned, the shadows shifted, twisting into forms that loomed threateningly. A faint silhouette hovered just out of reach, its features indistinguishable, but radiating an all-too-familiar energy that made my hair stand on end. "Turn back," it screamed, a desperate plea tinged with desperation. "You know not what awaits." Frozen, I felt a shudder cascade through me, recognizing that this was no mere apparition. It was the face of my greatest fear, my failure. It wanted to draw me in, reminding me of everything I had lost in this relentless battle against the creeping darkness. "Don't let it get to you," I forced myself to whisper, though the words sounded more like a desperate prayer than advice. Just then, my sister clutched my arm tightly. "Can't we leave? This place, it feels wrong," she pleaded, eyes wide with terror. I felt her trembling. She was right. The air weighed heavy with an unnatural presence, making it increasingly difficult to breathe. "Trust me," I replied, pulling her along, even harder to push through the unsettling dread that gripped us. I glanced back, and the figure shifted closer, its hollow eyes piercing through the fog of dread, a glimmer of recognition sparking within them. It reached out as if to pull me back into the shadows, the detached expression shifting between despair and anger, as if tethered to the darkness that sought to ensnare me. But then, I heard it, a call from the heart, a thrum that pulsed steadily, growing louder as if guiding me, compelling me forward. "Stay focused," I cried, urging my family onward as we maneuvered through the trees, the path narrowing as shadows darted closer. I felt the grips of despair slipping away, urging me to cling to the light emanating from the heart that still radiated warmth through the growing darkness. As we pressed deeper, an overwhelming feeling enveloped us, a sickening vastness that clawed at my mind, shaking my resolve. Echoes of laughter bubbled through the darkness, warped and twisted, filling the air around us with a sense of impending doom. Whoever or whatever had been drawn to our light didn't intend to go quietly. Just then, I caught a glimpse of movement out of the corner of my eye. A flash of color, bright red against the encroaching dark, lingered on the edges of my sight. I hesitated. "Did you see that?" I asked, gripping the heart fiercely. "What was it?" My brother's voice quavered, gazing into the deepening shadows. "I don't want to be here anymore." I felt the same dread creeping up, gnawing at my insides like a hungry beast. "No, we can't turn back now," I said, fighting the suffocating wave of panic that began to wash over me. "We have to keep going. We quit now, and it will only come for us harder." I could feel the weight of those words, the unyielding truth they contained. And just like that, the shadows lurched forward, swirling like a tempest fueled by unrelenting rage. I felt it crashing down upon us, wrapping around my limbs like chains. My heart raced. "Run!" I screamed. In one swift motion, We took off, sprinting through the oppressive darkness that seemed to reach out with icy fingers, desperate to claim us. The whispers surged again, pulling at my ears with an urgency that made my skin crawl. With every frantic stride, I could almost sense the shadows mapping our movements, plotting their next attack. The heart throbbed wildly in my hands, sending shivers of warmth coursing through me as we dodged branches that clawed at our faces. Suddenly, the ground shifted again, this time opening up before us into a large clearing. I skidded to a halt, nearly losing my balance, and we stood there panting, hearts racing as we took in the scene unfolding before us. In the center of the clearing lay an ancient altar, stone and covered in vines, shrouded in silence that felt unnatural. "Do you see that?" I asked, squinting into the darkness, feeling an odd pull towards the altar. My instinct screamed at me to retreat, but something else, deeper and more primal, urged me forward. It was then that I noticed something resting on the altar, a glowing orb, similar to the heart we had been carrying, but larger, pulsing with an ominous energy that throbbed in rhythm with the shadows swirling around us. "What do you think it is?" my brother asked, still catching his breath, the fear evident in his voice. "I think it could be the key." As I stared at the orb, I saw faces within its glow, their features writhing in agony and despair. They seemed trapped within, their expressions reflecting untold stories of darkness and grief. "We need to find out if it can give us strength, if it can help free those trapped like that girl." We approached cautiously, the air thickening with an overwhelming, chilling presence as we stepped into the clearing. "Be careful," I warned, glancing around, half expecting shadows to spring from the earth, ready to snatch us into the void. As I reached out toward the orb, a shiver ran down my spine. I could feel the energy emanating from it, a mix of warmth juxtaposed against something far more sinister. The moment my fingers brushed against the surface, the ground trembled violently beneath me, sending shockwaves through the air. "Stop!" my sister yelled, but the shadow energy surged. The orb pulsed rhythmically beneath my touch, and I felt memories flood through me, visions that thrust me into the heart of every torment, every lost soul I'd ever encountered. I gasped as I felt their grief pour into me, a crushing wave of despair unlike anything I'd experienced. Suddenly, light exploded from the orb, spilling out in golden beams that forced the shadows to retreat momentarily, howling as they were pushed back from the sacred space. I stumbled backward, my pulse pounding in rhythm with the heart, feeling power coursing through me. "We have to hold on to this," I shouted, realizing we might have a chance. The shadows recoiled, seething in frustration, but I knew they would not give up easily. This moment was merely a pause, a breath before the onslaught resumed. The very woods felt alive, awakening to bear witness as we faced the darkness together. "We have to protect the orb," I urged, grasping the heart tightly as I looked to my family. "This is our chance. We can't let them take it back." Squaring my shoulders, I could feel the weight of 1,000 souls pressing against me, urging me forward. The shadows began to swirl once more, and I braced myself as the looming figures coalesced into forms that were more unsettling than before. Twisted, horrific images of those who had lost their way to the light. With the orb and heart in hand, I delved deeper into my resolve, preparing for the battle that was about to unfold. This was our fight, and somehow I knew we had to win it, not just for our survival, but for every soul lost within the folds of darkness. "Stand your ground," I shouted, feeling power and fear racing through my veins as the shadows closed in, ready to plunge us into a world that craved our fear. We were at the precipice of something terrible, something greater than we understood, but we could not and would not let the darkness win. I gripped the heart and orb tightly, my palms sweaty, the pulsing energy blending warmth with an overwhelming sense of dread. The shadows erupted into chaotic forms around us, swirling like a violent storm, their edges wavering, as if they were mere fabric caught in a gale. I could hear the low, growling voices whispering my name, taunting me with all the fear I thought I'd conquered. My heart raced, not just with fear, but anger and determination. This was my fight, and I wouldn't back down. Stay focused, I shouted, and I felt the energy from the glowing orb resonating within me, infusing me with strength. The shadows writhed, recoiling as I stepped forward, guiding my family beside me, our resolve holding against the darkness encroaching. The whispered threats grew louder, echoing through the clearing, filling the air with despair. I couldn't let their fears seep into my heart. I had to lead us through this nightmare. With every pulse from the orb, I felt clarity wash over me, illuminating the very core of our challenge. The faces trapped within seemed to swirl just beneath the surface, their eyes pleading for release, and I couldn't shake the feeling that they were begging for my help. We have to do this together, I urged my family, every word heated with urgency. They don't want to destroy us. They want to feed off our fear. I took a breath, the air thickening with tension and uncertainty as I lifted the heart higher. With each heartbeat, it emitted a golden hue, casting an eerie light that fought against the darkness like a beacon. The shadows hissed, retreating momentarily, but not defeated. They were regrouping, gathering their strength, and I knew we had only seconds before they struck. I felt the pull of the orb as if it recognized my thoughts, yearning to unleash its power to help those lost souls trapped in this horror. I glanced over at my family, trying to gauge their resolve through their terrified expressions. Trust me, I said more fiercely than before. We can break their hold if we support one another. The storm of shadows rushed toward us, swirling and darting, their forms morphing into monstrous shapes that blurred my vision. The air felt thick with electricity, charged and unstable, but it was in the surging chaos of darkness that I found my focus. I had to push beyond fear and let the heart guide me through the fog swirling around us. Now, I yelled, raising the orb above my head, and we mirrored my movements, forming a barrier of light. The glow brightened, illuminating the shadows that danced menacingly closer. A fierce howl erupted from the depths of the woods, echoing off the trees as the shadows shivered, recoiling in agony against the light. I could feel the energy surrounding us, creating a dome of warmth that pushed back against the dark. But the shadows were relentless. They reached for us, claws extending from the void, wrapping around my limbs like icy tendrils that sought to pull me under. I bit back a scream, focusing on the light that radiated from the orb. I could feel the desperation of the trapped souls flowing into the atmosphere, creating a palpable tension, and suddenly, a face appeared within the shadows. It was twisted and torn, reflecting countless hours of anguish trapped in this realm. Help us, it wailed, the sound piercing my soul, stirring something deep within me. I felt compelled, yet terrified, as if this had all led to this moment. The decision to either succumb to fear or fight through it. I tightened my grip on the heart and orb, feeling their power resonate even stronger through me. We'll free you, I promised, though the words felt heavy as the shadows surged forward once more. The light flickered chaotically behind me, and the air vibrated with tension as the shadowy figures transformed into a mass of writhing darkness, swirling in a frenzy. Their faces blended together, and I was certain I saw my own reflection among them, twisted with despair, reaching out as if to grasp me back into their fold. No! I shouted defiantly, shoving the orb further into the air, calling upon every ounce of strength within me to fortify the light. The divided forces seemed to hesitate at that moment, the light of the orb burning against the smothering darkness, filling the clearing with golden rays. I could feel the warmth radiating within. It was a surge of hope, flowing from every soul desperate for release. Now, focus on the faces. I urged my family, encouraging them to unleash their own light against the shadows that encroached. We closed our eyes briefly, a silent connection binding us together, pulling energy from one another like a thread woven tightly beneath the surface. As we opened our eyes, I forced my thoughts into the orb, picturing the trapped spirits reaching out and feel their despair radiating through the air. With determination, I willed the light to expand, and the orb responded with a brilliant flash that sent a shockwave through the clearing. Waves of energy surged outward, knocking back the mass of shadows attempting to consume us. But then, amidst the chaos, I heard the low whisper of a sinister voice echo through the shadows. "You cannot escape your fate." It resonated with chilling familiarity. I shivered, feeling a cold chill creep down my spine, the shadows closing in around us, their claws like immense weights pressing down. They wished to drown us in darkness, to consume every piece of light we held. But this time, I wouldn't let it happen. I took a step forward, forcing my family to stay in formation. The heart pulsed valiantly in my grasp, and with it came the strength of the spirits begging for release. "We will go forward," I screamed, an empowering surge thrumming from my fingertips as I edged closer to the teeming shadows that seemed to recoil from the power emanating from the heart. As I stepped into the heart of the swarm, the light flared brighter, illuminating the faces desperately reaching for freedom. They shimmered, caught between realms, entangled in the confines of the encroaching darkness. I focused fiercely, remembering the girl who had reached out before, her sorrow becoming my resolve. I had to get to them, had to help them shatter the binds holding them prisoner. Suddenly, the shadows surged forward, a grisly tide crashing against my family. We braced against the onslaught, feeling the darkness attempt to rip us apart. It was then that I made a split-second decision. "Go!" I shouted to my family, plunging into the depths of the darkness, channeling all the energy I could muster to fight through the spiraling evil. I felt the cold claws of the void scratch against my arms, but the orb burned fiercely in my grip. It pulsed with an eagerness, urging me to embrace the light within, to let it connect to all the efforts of those who had fought before me. My heart raced as I could feel it. I was on the brink of something terrible, a surge of power unfolding around me that felt electric. The shadows coalesced into a thick mass, swirling and hissing, almost sentient, burrowing into every crevice of doubt I held. My breath quickened, thoughts of self-preservation battling against the desire to free those souls who cried out. "I can do this," I repeated silently, centering my focus on the orb, a light that began to pulse with fury, rallying against the suffocating darkness that hung around me. Just as the shadows lunged forward, enveloping me in their cold embrace, I closed my eyes one last time, letting the energy of the heart flow through me, growing into a force that would not yield. I felt the warmth ignite within, growing to a fevered pitch, until I finally unleashed it. A brilliant burst of light that pierced through the shadows, an explosion that shattered the air with clarity and strength. The terror exploded around me, brightening the night like a supernova, the light piercing through the suffocating darkness. It sent shockwaves through the air, a forceful breath that threw the shadows back, their forms shrieking in anguish and fury. I felt the overwhelming energy push against me, and in that instant, I knew I had to channel everything we had into this moment. I could see the faces within the shadows twist with rage, a nightmarish panorama of lost souls contorting and collapsing within the dark. They faded, dimming as the golden light dissected the mass surrounding me. Each shriek resonated like a siren's song, dragging at the corners of my mind, stirring all the fears I'd harbored deep down. The pull felt powerful, but I fought against it, determined to stand my ground. "Don't let them win!" I roared, my voice echoing through the clearing, mingling with the howls of the shadowy figures. It was a gamble, using every ounce of willpower to embrace the light without letting doubt seep in. I could feel these dark entities tightening their grips, hungry for every shard of fear they could devour. Then came a horrific sound, a chorus of raspy breaths, as if 1,000 lips whispered secrets of torment at once. It wrapped around me, invasive and sickening. I stumbled, feeling myself slipping under the weight of despair, threatening to overpower me. All at once, I heard my name, the faint, ghostly echo cutting through the chaos, pleading and urging me to succumb. Panic began to claw at my throat. No, I gasped, shaking my head violently to dispel the oppressive voices. My heart pounded like a drum in my chest, drowning out the sinister whispers demanding submission. This battle was not just external. It was a struggle against the overwhelming shadows in my mind. I felt the boundaries of my resolve crumble, like walls built on sand, and for a moment, despair bled back in with a slow, insidious creep. The shadows danced closer, their forms merging together, grotesque shapes morphing into familiar faces, a collage of people I had lost, memories that twisted like knives. But then I remembered the promise I made to free the trapped souls, their hopes intertwined with my own. With that thought, I drew in a deep breath, igniting the power in me, and pushed the hearts once again toward the depths of the shadows. The orb exploded with light, sending dazzling rays that scattered the darkness even further. I heard the cries of the souls, rising in a desperate symphony, and with that, my fear began to dwindle. Together, I shouted, my voice cutting through the storm of shadows. Each pulse of light dazzled against the oppressive night, creating a fragile barrier that began to separate us from the onslaught attempting to drag us back into despair. My family moved closer, their trust feeding into the strength emanating from the heart, and the light swelled in response, a tempest of golden brilliance. But the shadows twisted again, forming grotesque creatures that lunged for us. I could sense their rage, their hunger for our light, thrumming through the air with palpable intensity. Their mouths gaped wide, revealing rows of jagged teeth that glistened like grimy blades under the harsh light. I gritted my teeth, my blood boiling as I faced these horrors head-on, determination pushing me forward. Stand firm, I rallied my family, feeling invigorated with every pulse from the orb. The warmth it radiated was an armor against the frigid bite of despair looming ever closer, and I knew it would take all we had left to break through this torment. The shadows recoiled for just a moment, sensing the vigor in our hearts, but they regrouped quickly, clawing at nothing but light, jealousy burning in their hollow eyes. As I fought, my surroundings twisted even darker, trees bending and bending as the wind howled through the foliage. It was as if the forest itself was caught in a struggle between light and dark, each branch reaching toward us, craving escape. Suddenly, a low rumble erupted from deep within the earth, shaking the ground beneath my feet. It felt like a warning, a prelude to something far more terrifying. I slammed my eyes shut, forcing myself to push deeper into the heart's power. I felt my family's presence beside me. Their breathing matched my own rhythm, pounding in my ears. It became a heartbeat, a pulse that pushed back against the chaos, anchoring myself in this confrontation. In that moment of unity, vision surged forth, not just of the trapped souls, but of our lives intertwined. Every laugh, every moment stacked against the looming threat. I opened my eyes, feeling a ferocity igniting within. It was then that I saw it. A shadow, darker than the others, coiling in the periphery, lurking with a sickening presence that all too well reflected my deepest fears. It hovered just out of reach, a monstrous silhouette that sent a chill through my bones. This was the terror that had haunted me, the embodiment of my failures, the darkness I feared most. "Face it," I yelled, my voice echoing against the oppressive silence. I directed every ounce of light toward that dark figure, feeling my heart beat in synchrony with the orb. The shadows howled in cacophony, but I felt an eerie calm wash over me. This was the moment where fear could either consume me or become my greatest weapon. With newfound strength, I charged forward, directing all light and energy into a blinding beam aimed at the towering shadow. The ground beneath me cracked, the very essence of fear splintering as the darkness attempted to resist, but I pressed on. I pushed against the weight of the void, my heart racing faster with my resolve. The shadows screamed, anguished cries that reverberated like metal scraping against stone. I didn't stop. I felt my power growing, intertwining with the orb's light, casting everything into stark relief. "Release them," I demanded, my voice steady, resonating through the murk. "Let them go." The shadowed figure writhed, its form quaking, distorting under the intensity of my call. It felt lighter, as if it were beginning to fracture, piece by piece. Faces materialized within the chaos, each screaming for freedom alongside me, their voices coalescing into a potent force. Suddenly, a blinding pulse erupted from the orb, a shockwave that echoed into every crevice of darkness, lighting the way for lost souls to ascend. I felt the connection in that moment, the energy ignited like fireworks exploding above, illuminating not just the clearing, but my very soul as well. The shadows shrieked, contorting in a frenzy as beams of light intertwined, piercing through their twisted forms, sending ripples of energy cascading into the night. There was a violent quake as I felt the world shifting, reality blurring around me. Something profound was happening, something ancient and deep, as if the very fabric of this haunting existence was shifting. I began to see remnants of the souls traversing within the light, their features evolving from twisted terror back to a semblance of peace. They reached out towards me, smiles of gratitude shining through the darkness as they propelled forward, breaking through the boundary between light and shadow. But just as quickly, the figure of darkness loomed larger, enraged, howling with fury. It was determined to reclaim its lost grasp, its shadowy form stretching like a gaping maw, eager to snap shut around me. I felt my resolve waver for just a moment as a wave of doubt crashed over me, the prospect of failure clawing at my chest. Could we really overcome the depth of this menace? But in that moment of uncertainty, I drew upon the collective strength of my family, the souls trapped before me, and the heart now vibrating fiercely in my grasp. "Together, we're stronger together," I called out, emboldened by their spirits entwined with ours. A united front against despair surged forth, the orb glowing even brighter, creating a radiant shield against the encroaching darkness. The darkness seemed to unravel in front of my eyes. It twisted and contorted, desperate to claw its way back, but we stood united, a wall of light fueling our hearts. I could feel the energy surge through me, every pulse matching the rhythm of hope growing stronger in my chest. The figures of the trapped souls shimmered around me, their light intertwining with our own, creating a brilliant mosaic that illuminated the night. With renewed determination, I faced the massive shadow looming before us, the embodiment of every fear I had ever faced. The murky silhouette surged forward, roaring with an unholy fury that reverberated through the air, sending chills down my spine. I staggered back at the deafening sound, the very ground beneath my feet trembling. But as the figure advanced, I felt an undeniable urge to push back. My heart raced as I summoned every ounce of courage. I thought of all the times I had felt small and insignificant. I thought of all those moments when I let fear dictate my choices. I wasn't going to let this monstrous shadow swallow me whole. "You don't control me," I shouted, reinforcing my resolve as I lifted the orb in defiance, the light coiling into a beautiful whip of warmth that lashed out toward the dark creature. The darkness hesitated, shifting like smoke under pressure, grappling to reclaim its power. Its features twisted into forms of the familiar, moments playing in my shadowy memories, faces I loved and lost, all morphing into one haunting visage that beckoned me to give in to despair. "Join us," it hissed, the voice rotten and stale, filled with a surreal sense of comfort laced with malice. I shook my head violently again, forcing myself to remember why I was here. A flicker of resolve ignited within me. "I won't be a prisoner," I retorted, channeling all of my focus into the orb and embracing the light that filled the clearing. The effulgence erupted from the heart, genuine warmth radiating through the frigid air and sending the whispering shadows recoiling. But no sooner had I surged forward than a cold blast of air spiraled around me, pulling me backward. I gasped as icy tendrils wrapped around my limbs like chains, yanking me into the depths of despair. The figure leapt at me, attempting to snare me in its maw of darkness, and I struggled against the grip that felt like a nightmare made flesh. "Don't give in," I yelled to my family, feeling the weight of the chill sapping my strength. I could see the light flickering behind me and pressed onward through the suffocating shadows surrounding me. Desperation filled the air as the cacophony of voices swelled, echoing cries for help mingling with laughter. They were everywhere, taunting me with a chilling familiarity that brought me to my knees. Just then I caught a glimpse of something, a movement of light darting from the corner of my eye. Was it an illusion or a ray of hope? I turned my head just as a blinding flash shot toward me. I felt its warmth envelop me, pushing against the cold tendrils desperately trying to claim me. The orb pulsed fiercely, responding to the call of my strength, a beacon piercing through the shadowed fog. I summoned everything I had left and lunged toward the glow. My hands connected with the heart, and as I grasped it tighter, the shadows writhed in resistance. "I am not afraid," I shouted defiantly, feeling a surge of collective strength rising from the souls around us. Those eyes, once filled with despair, now burned with determination and hope edging ever closer to release. In that moment, a terrifying shriek erupted from the shadowy figure, the sound piercing through the air like glass. It twisted violently, the faces morphing into grotesque expressions contorted with rage as the light enveloped them completely. The force of the orb sent beams scattering outward, each ray slicing through the darkness like a hot knife through butter. Ghostly figures darted into the illumination, their forms shimmering. It was as if they too were reclaiming their freedom. But even as the shadows began to dissipate, another wave of cold fear washed over me, causing the air to grow dense and heavy. The darkness clawed at the edges of the light, reaching out in desperate attempts to reclaim its territory. I felt the chilling fingers of the void wrap around my throat, constricting like a vice, threatening to pull me back into the abyss. I gasped, struggling for breath, and as I fought to keep my focus on the heart, another horrid realization struck me. The shadow figure was not alone. From the depths of the darkness surged other twisted forms, emerging like a flood of black mist crawling toward us in voracious hunger. It was a wave of despair, clawing at the light, trying to extinguish it before our hope could fully manifest. In that moment, dread stabbed at me deeply. "There are too many," I murmured, the sheer magnitude of the shadows weighing heavy on my chest. They coiled together, merging into a nightmarish congregation that poured forth like a living ocean, each spectral face a reflection of anguish, terror, and pure, unadulterated sorrow. The chilling sound of their wails filled the atmosphere, and it felt as if the ground would swallow me whole. But then, as if in response to the desperation in my heart, I remembered those who had fought alongside me. My family, the souls yearning for freedom. The thought ignited a spark of defiance within my chest. "Fight!" I urged, rallying my thoughts, and the pulse of the heart throbbed in response, brighter and louder than before. I focused every fiber of my being, channeling the collective energy of all those trapped, turning fear into resolve. Somewhere deep inside, I felt a connection that was both unsettling and powerful, urging me to confront the truth. A wave of understanding that flooded through my entire being. "You are not alone," I shouted, allowing that warm conviction to burst forth into a brilliant pulse that illuminated the entire clearing. The very fabric of the darkness shimmered, quivered, then splintered. Light surged outward, like a tsunami, sweeping across the shadows that had clawed their way toward us. As I stood, rooted and defiant, the entities recoiled, shrieking in pain, their forms disintegrating into wisps of shadow. I could feel the energy pushing against me, but I held strong, focusing until I felt my spirit merge with the light, a tether to every lost soul yearning for release. The brilliance seemed to pulse in time with my heart, sending shockwaves through the encroaching darkness. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the night. splitting the air as the swirling masses of shadows began to collapse into themselves, their power torn apart like rags in a gale. A kaleidoscope of light burst forth, illuminating the clearing in a sudden explosion of color. As the light broke through the darkness, I felt a wave of relief sweeping across me, the burden of fear finally lifting. The air felt clearer, less oppressive, as warm rays of hope began to pour into the void. I could see the faces of the spirits once again, this time shining with gratitude and love that filled the night air, their presence resonating deep within my heart. But just when I thought we had prevailed, a deep rumble echoed ominously. The clearing shuddered, and for a split second, the light faltered, sending my heart plummeting. Shadows regrouped, swirling together like a storm, and the monstrous figure surged forward once more, now more powerful, angrier than ever. "You will never break free," it shrieked, its voice layered with countless others, a cacophony of despair clawing at my resolve. The ground reeked of sulfur, the air thick with anger, hatred, and endless torment. I could feel the shadows climbing up my legs, creeping toward my heart, threatening to drag me down deeper as they advanced with a vengeance. In that moment, I realized the fight wasn't just for me. It was for every flickering light within this place. Every soul yearning for freedom who had fought against the tide of despair. I lifted the orb even higher, feeling its pulsing energy flow through me like a river of fire, and shouted, "I will not let you win." The words echoed around me, bouncing off the trees before merging back into the rising tide of darkness. I felt the heart resonate with my conviction, and just as the shadows lunged again, I released a wave of light brighter than anything I had summoned before, forming a shield that surrounded my family, blocking the abyss from claiming us. "Now!" I cried out, infusing my voice with every ounce of power that surged through me, each word a rallying cry that wove through the bright illumination, calling upon those lost souls. I could feel their energy shifting, like golden threads weaving into the light, magnifying its brilliance as we fought back against the darkness together. As the light grew, the shadows shrieked, a sound that rang through the night like a final wail of sorrow. I stood firm, feeling the connection between me and the lost souls channeling through the heart, tying every spirit together in our stand against the approaching abyss. But just as the shadows began to falter, a massive crunch echoed from the heart of the darkness, followed by a guttural growl that shook the tree branches. I felt the ground tremble once more, a dangerous portent of what lay in wait. It sent shockwaves through the clearing, nearly toppling me as the shadows surged with one last desperate attempt to wrest control, reaching toward me like claws of fate. I could see the shadows coiling around my feet, colder and more tangible, and in that moment, I knew fear would not take me. With all my strength, I lifted the orb high, summoning every ounce of energy and determination within myself. In the depths of my mind, I felt my resolve crystallize. This was a moment where I would either stand and confront the darkness or let it consume everything I held dear. My heart raced, a primal instinct urging me to fight back against the tendrils reaching for me. I knew I had to summon all the light I could muster. As I concentrated, a fierce glow erupted from the orb, cascading in radiant waves, scattering the encroaching darkness. The shadows writhed and slithered, unable to penetrate the brilliant glow. I could hear them hissing and screaming, their voices rising in a chaotic chorus of outrage. But the fight was far from over. As the light pulsed stronger, I realized the darkness was twisting, morphing into something new. No longer just a formless void, it began taking shape, an amalgamation of fear manifesting into a monstrous being. It loomed above me, a grotesque figure adorned with spiraling shadows that dripped like tar, eyes glowing with an eerie yellow light that pierced through the night. "You think you can defeat me?" The creature roared, its voice echoing like thunder, causing the ground to shake violently beneath my feet. A wave of dread washed over me as I struggled to keep my footing. The air grew thick, swirling with an oppressive energy that pressed down upon me, squeezing the breath from my lungs. The light began to flicker as I felt the weight of its gaze, something primal and ancient lurking behind its hungry stare, ready to devour every ounce of hope I clung to. Seeing it there, towering and hellish, instinct urged me to turn and flee, but I pushed that thought aside. I forced myself to stand tall. I tightened my grip around the orb and summoned memories of joy, love, and laughter that filled my mind. Those fleeting moments became my shield, and with each heartbeat, I infused that shield with power. "You will not take me," I shouted, my voice trembling but resolute. With a fervor unlike before, I launched a blast of light toward the creature, the energy exploding upon impact and causing the very ground to shudder. The figure shrieked, a sound that grated against my ears like nails on a chalkboard. It seemed to buckle under the intensity, but only for a fleeting moment. The shadows surged back, wrapping around its form, revitalizing it, turning that pain into rage that was ready to unleash upon me. The shadows began to curl around me, forming into claw-like hands that gripped my limbs with a cold vice. I struggled against their icy touch, fighting with everything I had left. Despair slithered into my thoughts, whispering seductively that I couldn't win. This thing was too powerful, its darkness far too deep. But then I saw the light flickering from the orb, pulsating gently, a reminder of the hope still residing within me. That flicker ignited a fire in my gut, and with a forceful shout, I pushed deeper into the orb's light. "You are nothing but a memory," I declared, sending forth another powerful blast toward the shadow monstrosity. The light met the creature once again, illuminating its horrific features with an otherworldly glow. For a moment, the figure began to disintegrate, pieces of it bursting apart into cloud-like wisps that scattered into the air. But the victory was short-lived. The ground shook once more, and the shadows rallied, coalescing back into shape. I could almost see tendrils crawling, slithering toward me like worms, hungry to reclaim what they had lost. "No," I gasped, feeling the icy grip tighten around my throat, making it hard to breathe, as if each word was being choked from my lips. Then the creature advanced closer, its smile splitting its obscenely distorted face into a horrifying grin. "You belong to the shadows now," it hissed, shifting its form to loom above me like a dark cloud threatening to eclipse the last bit of light I held. Just when I thought all hope was lost, the faces of those trapped souls swirled in my vision once more, their expressions shifting to one of encouragement, urging me to remember the strength that they provided. With a final surge of defiance, I closed my eyes and tapped into that connection, feeling the strength of their spirits meld with mine. The orb erupted into a dazzling explosion of light, golden threads weaving through the shadows, tearing at their edges, stitching together my resolve to fight back. I opened my eyes, now filled with fire and determination. I aimed the pulsating heart at the monstrous figure. "You will not take me," I bellowed, unleashing the energy with every ounce of love and hope I held. The light hit it with a force like a comet, shattering the shadows around it and sending the monstrous entity reeling back. "No!" it screamed again, its voice breaking like glass, a sound that reverberated through the clearing and sent shivers racing down my spine. Even as it staggered, the ground beneath my feet rumbled and cracked, fissures forming, as if the reality itself was rebelling against the shadow's choice to exist, foreshadowing a significant upheaval. Suddenly, I felt the slick, cold ground beneath me give way. I stumbled, falling to my knees as shadows danced around me, clawing at my back, searching for any pretense of weakness to pull me into the void. The faces of my memories blurred, their images flickering with urgency, whispering encouragement, guiding me back to the fight. An overwhelming sense of fear gripped me as I struggled to rise, feeling the shadows crawling over my thoughts, dark whispers twisting with every doubt I fought to discard. "You can't win," they seemed to chant, 1,000 voices overlapping, haunting me with their torment. But amidst the clamor of dismay, I felt light seeping through the cracks within me, healing, restoring. Drawing upon that energy, I directed my gaze toward the dancing shadows, and with a raw scream of defiance, I called upon the light's strength. Trembling from exertion, I forced the orb higher. Moments shipwrecked in time crashed against me. The laughter of loved ones, the warmth of closed hugs, every joyous memory I clung to shining like a beacon against the tide of darkness. With every ounce of will, I cried out one last time, a voice layered with every soul I fought for, echoing against the hollow cavern of despair that surrounded me. You will never own me. The orb expelled a torrent of bright energy that coiled inward, radiating outward like an explosion of color in the dim night. As I basked in the warmth of the light, the shadows screamed, their anguished wails resonating through the very air, a powerful force of desperation colliding with determination. The shadowed creature writhed against the fading light, clawing at its own form as the very essence of despair began to unravel before my eyes. But just as the shadows began to retract, the earth trembled violently. I looked down at the chasms that split the ground, and to my horror, I realized they weren't merely emerging cracks, but a gateway opening beneath me, revealing a swirling dark abyss that threatened to swallow everything whole, including the light I had fought so hard to maintain. This can't be happening, I uttered, my voice wavering as panic threatened to engulf me. The shadows surged once again, creeping nearer, eager to reclaim their lost territory. I fought against the whirlpool of dread spiraling around me, feeling the familiar grip of despair trying to tug at my heart. At that moment, I understood this was a climactic battle, one that would determine the fate of the light and those trapped within it. I forced myself to look upwards, my eyes locking onto the radiant orb that still flickered defiantly above. I grabbed hold of it once more, ready to channel every ounce of love, every story of joy, every unwavering connection I cherished, determined to keep darkness from devouring the last remnants of hope. Together, I cried out, invoking the presence of the souls surrounding me. I felt them ignite with warmth at my call, their spirits shining brightly as we joined forces in this stand against the consuming darkness. But as I unleashed our collective strength, a deep rumbling erupted beneath me. The ground shivered violently, and with a vicious roar, the shadows surged back fiercely, a tidal wave of dark energy crashing toward us. A wave of fear washed over me, but I wouldn't allow myself to falter. In that instant, everything hung in the balance. The darkness trying to drown my light, while I called upon every flicker of hope within that I could muster. This ends now, I bellowed, pouring every ounce of my spirit into the orb, the collective energy creating a blinding flash that rippled outward into the pitch-black void. Light surged outward like a shockwave, radiating energy that pushed against the shadows trying to swallow me whole. But the darkness wasn't finished yet. I could feel it coiling tightly around my fingers, like a snake ready to squeeze the life out of me. Panic fueled my heart as the dark, swirling mass began to transform again, the energy twisting and contorting into ghostly shapes. Faces emerged one after another, wailing in torment, their eyes wide with anguish, begging for release while simultaneously clawing toward me as if I was the gateway to whatever lies beyond. "Why won't you join us?" they cried, their voices overlapping in an unsettling harmony that tugged at my sanity. Shadows twisted into familiar forms, people from my past, friends, and family who had long been lost. I shook my head in disbelief, tears welling in my eyes, desperate to break free from their haunting echo. I mustered the courage to scream back, hoping my voice would penetrate the veil of despair. "You're not real. You're just a trick." But the more I resisted, the more they multiplied, their sorrow clawing at my heart. Just then, a deathly chill swept through the air, and a whirlwind of darkness compressed around me, threatening to engulf the light. I gasped, realizing that the very air had shifted, turning thick like fog and heavy with dread. Chilling wind howled in my ears, a mournful sound that echoed through the trees, mocking my valiant stand. The ground trembled beneath my feet, and I felt a jolt of primal terror shooting through me as the shadows pulsated and began to rise into skeletal forms, haunting shapes twisting and swirling like a grotesque dance of despair. "Join us! Embrace the darkness!" they shrieked, their voices worming into my mind, intertwining with my thoughts, an unsettling persuasion I had never anticipated. Dread gripped me, an icy claw that constricted tighter as memories began to flood my consciousness. Painful moments I had long buried, regrets I had tried to forget surged forward, and I felt the weight of their sorrow creeping over me. I pressed my hands to my head, trying to shake off the dark voices threatening to drown me. I had to focus, had to remember who I was. "Keep fighting," I whispered to myself, mustering the remaining strength I had. Then, I caught movement from the corner of my eye. The shadows were morphing again. A massive figure, shapeless at first, began to take form, creeping toward me with malicious intent. It was a dark silhouette, dripping with the essence of despair, a hollowed shape that resembled nothing human. It twisted and turned, each movement a threat as the ground cracked beneath it, fissures running outwards like spider legs. "You cannot escape," it taunted, its voice like gravel crunching underfoot, deep and resonating with malice. The air became frigid, sending chills down my spine as the malicious creature edged closer. I struggled against the encroaching shadows, my heartbeat pounding in my ears as the menacing figure extended its skeletal hand toward me, fingers stretched long with desperation. Gritting my teeth, I fought through the fear, raising the heart high, allowing its light to pulse in defiance against the gathering darkness. The brilliance illuminated the clearing, and for a brief moment, I felt empowered, but the overwhelming chill clung to me, an oppressive force weighing heavily on my chest. I could hardly breathe as I watched the figure's gaping maw open wider, the abyss within stretching as if it were hungry to swallow the very essence of life. "We will consume you," it snarled, the shadows twisting into tendrils that lashed toward me. In that moment, I feared for my very soul, feeling the pull of the darkness, its suffocating presence wrapping around my heart, suffusing my thoughts with a surreal sense of hopelessness. I was losing myself in the void, merging with the despair that surrounded me. But then I closed my eyes for a second, summoning every ounce of willpower I possessed. Pictures of laughter, vibrant sunlight spreading warmth, the smiles of loved ones, all surged in my mind like a tidal wave crashing against the shadows. I could almost feel them gathering around me as ethereal energy swirled, reaching out to reinforce me with their unwavering love. "I am not alone," I muttered, letting that conviction drive the pulse of the orb. Suddenly, the shadows recoiled from the light, screeching in agony that sent ice coursing through my veins. I pushed forward, channeling everything I could, every memory of joy, every bit of anger directed at my captors, every ounce of love I had received and given. The orb flared with energy, sending rays splintering into the dense shadows that clung to my body, writhing and thrashing in a desperate attempt to flee. But instead of retreating, the darkness lashed out with renewed fury. It surged toward me like an avalanche, its tendrils growing thicker, more menacing, forming a swirling mass of despair that suddenly split into countless tiny dark creatures, like shadowy vermin, scuttling across the ground, advancing toward the heart. "No!" I shouted, horrified as they squeezed around my ankles. I felt the chilling claws gripping my skin, clawing through the very fabric of my being, threatening to rip me apart. The cacophony of lost souls crescendoed around me, their cries imploring, begging me to join their ranks. I could feel the promise of an easier existence, but beneath it lay a cold truth. It was a trap, a surrender to despair I refused to recognize. In that moment of visceral terror, I realized the choice was clear: fight or succumb. With a primal scream, one that ripped from the depths of my soul, I directed all the brilliance of the heart toward the approaching mass. Waves of light surged outward, illuminating the shadows, banishing those nightmarish creatures. They screeched as they disintegrated into wisps of smoke, dissipating as I reclaimed my ground. But more shadows plunged forth from the heart of the dark figure, braiding together, forming something huge and incomprehensible. The unsettling shape lurked dangerously close, feeling impossibly sentient, shifting as if it could think and strategize on how to overcome me. "You think you can win?" It boomed, each word resounding like thunder. Its voice broke the silence like glass shattering, vibrating in my chest. Just when I thought I could breathe, the shadows surged, pulling at my limbs with insatiable hunger, clinging to every shadow-filled space. I could feel the air vibrating with the terror of all those it claimed before, the bitter chill seeping into my very bones. Sweat dripped from my brow as I struggled to stay on my feet, exhaustion clashing with sheer will. But at that moment, clarity struck. I couldn't cower against it. I needed to confront what I feared. I turned toward the massive shadow, drawing upon the memories of light, laughter, and community that had guided me all along. With every last ounce of strength, I thrust the glowing orb outward, filling each corner with radiant energy, mingling it with the bonds I held dear. "Leave this place!" I roared, feeling the energy shift, feeling those who had come before me swell within the heart. The shadow let out a howl filled with fury and anguish, an unsettling mixture of rage and terror as the light enveloped it completely, dissolving the edges of its malice. It pulsed and twisted, as if realizing too late the folly of underestimating the strength born of hope. But as the light pushed forward, I felt an expectancy settle over the clearing. The darkness thickened, swirling with chaotic energy, rising again, and from its core, grotesque shapes began to form, features emerging that were unnervingly familiar. I squinted, straining to see through the brightness, only to recognize the faces of those lost, their eyes hollow and pleading. "Don't you remember us?" they murmured, voices drifting in like a chilling mist. I recoiled, a shiver racing down my spine as I struggled to reconcile their sorrow. I knew these faces, had seen them in dreams and nightmares. A flicker of recognition turned my thoughts, clawing at the very threads of my resolve. "You can't break free," they moaned, creeping closer, searching for an opening to reclaim me, embodying the very fears I fought against. Each whisper slithered into my consciousness, a coil of anxiety tightening around my heart, threatening to disrupt my focus. And then the onslaught began, shadows spilling from their forms like ink from a spilled bottle, creeping toward me with sinister intent. I could sense their hunger, the way they licked their lips as they glided nearer, an insatiable urge to swallow every flicker of hope contained in the light. "Join us in the dark," they beckoned, sinister tones laced with cruel promise. The figures twisted, elongating the darkness around them, their bodies contorting in ways that defied nature, drawing me closer to the edge. They reached out with ghostly hands, beckoning, pulling me toward their time-worn sorrow, a place where I could easily disappear. That icy grip found my throat again, tightening. I felt their despair seep into my skin, an invading parasite that threatened to consume from within. I gasped for air, that chill flooding my lungs, hazing my thoughts, making it difficult to think clearly. The memory of my family flashed before me, smiling faces, laughter echoing through the years, and I could almost hear their voices telling me to hold on, urging me to resist, to keep fighting. With a renewed surge of power, I grasped the glowing heart tighter, feeling the warmth pulse through me. "I choose the light," I declared, pushing the shadows back even as they surged forward. Light erupted from within, battling against the creeping darkness, fracturing it like glass beneath a violent blow. A crackling sound filled the air as the shadows shattered into ghostly shards that dissolved into the wind, unable to withstand the brilliance of hope. But even that victory was short-lived, because from the depths where the darkness pooled, another figure began to materialize, elongated and skimming eerily along the ground, seemingly unaware of its shape, as though it had no defined boundaries. The air crackled with a malevolent force, an energy that sent quivers of unease crawling up my spine. "You cannot escape your fate," it hissed, voice distorted like a broken radio, vibrating with an unnatural echo that reverberated throughout the clear. As it advanced, the shadows coalesced into a spiraling mass, making everything shimmer with an unsettling sense of doom. Suddenly, I felt the very ground beneath me shift, as if the earth itself was drawing back in fear. The trees creaked ominously, their branches twisting and contorting as though they were extensions of the shadows. "It's coming for you," the whisper echoed in my ears, amplifying the fear gripping my heart. I looked around, trying to find an escape route, but there was none. The darkness closed in like a tightening noose. Each breath became laborious as the suffocating grip of despair wrapped around me tighter. Just when I thought the light would flicker out, a bright flash emanated from the fading heart, illuminating the clearing once more, igniting the shadows with brilliant energy. But it wasn't just light. I realized it was pure determination, the spirits of those who had fought alongside me, swirling in a whirlwind of strength, joining my will to resist the impending doom. They were rising from the depths of the void, a legion of unwavering souls ready to battle the pervasive darkness. "Together, we will overcome," I bellowed, grasping that energy tightly, pouring every bit of courage I had. The heart pulsed with renewed vigor, and together, we channeled our combined strength into one final cohesive blast. Shadows screeched in protest as the light exploded outward, consuming everything in its path, creating waves of illumination that filled the clearing with warmth. As the darkness began to dissolve, twisting and writhing against the onslaught, I could feel the connection building. Every spirit by my side, uniting our resolve to drive back the encroaching void. And as the light barreled through the darkness, I felt the ground beneath me tremble, not with fear, but with anticipation. "This is not how it ends," the dark figure shrieked, thrashing against the radiant force. But the shadows could only twist and snap, their forms disintegrating like paper caught in a flame. A raging glow engulfed the clearing while the echoes of laughter, joy, and love humming into existence cascaded around me, creating a beautiful symphony of life and light. A collective uproar of triumph woven from countless souls escaping the suffocating void. But the shadows still clung, a desperate slithering mass refusing to bow to the light. Even as I pressed onward, I felt the force of the darkness pushing back, clawing against every ounce of energy I had left, as if trying to tug at my very essence, threatening to draw me back into their haunting void. The pulsating light fluttered in my grasp, flickering like a candle in the middle of a storm, but fear clawed at my chest, whispering doubts that I desperately tried to drown out. Suddenly, a pitch-black silhouette emerged from the depths, towering over me with an almost monstrous grace. My heart sank as the realization hit. This creature was unlike the others, far more substantial and sinister, its form shifting and blurring as though it were made from the same nightmare fuel that hung in the air. Grotesque features began to assemble within the darkness, a twisted face forming that bore the remnants of familiar expressions morphed into something horrific. "Why do you fight?" it crooned, its voice silky and laced with malice, an unsettling lullaby that sent shivers racing down my spine. "You know you belong with us?" The words toyed with my mind, dancing around the edges of reason, attempting to coil their way around my thoughts. Each syllable sent a wave of icy fingers creeping into my mind, freezing any thoughts of retreat. "No, you're wrong," I yelled, forcing the light to swell around me in a protective barrier. I could feel the shadows writhing, rustling ominously like a pack of wild creatures hungry for their prey. Each time they came close, the edges of the light seared through them, but it only pushed them back momentarily, as if stalling a tide that would soon crash down upon me. With a loud screech, the looming figure lunged forward, its features distorting and bending. It reached out with elongated fingers that curled and twisted like vines, as if eager to snatch me away. I stumbled back, my foot catching on uneven ground, sending me tumbling to my knees. Fear rushed through me, paralyzing and raw. Could I hold my ground? Desperate, I clutched the orb even tighter, feeling its warmth pulse in synchronicity with my racing heart. In that agonizing moment, the shadows began to swirl around my legs, coiling like snakes as they slithered higher, encasing me in their oppressive grip. They whispered sweet lies, promising peace and release from my struggle, each word an even greater temptation than the last. Join us, they coaxed, their voices intertwining into a haunting melody that echoed through the creaking trees. I fought against them, but my will wavered as the chorus of despair grew louder, drowning out my thoughts, wrapping around my very essence like a suffocating cloak. You will be free from pain. Indulge in the darkness where nothing can hurt you, they sang sweetly, their hands reaching out like ghostly tendrils brushing against my skin, numbing me with their touch. With the oppressive darkness creeping closer, I could barely breathe. Just when I thought I might succumb, I remembered why I was fighting. I thought of the faces, my family, my friends, who would be left behind if I fell into this trap. Each memory sparked a flicker of warmth, igniting the resolve deep within me, illuminating the void around me. I won't give up, I declared, finding my voice amidst the chaos. The orb blazed in response, radiating a brilliant golden light that cut through the darkness, forcing the figures to shatter into wisps of shadow that floated upwards like smoke. Yet, even as I felt that momentary victory surge within me, the air grew dense and heavy, and from the murky depths, more shapes began to gather, swirling and cascading, rushing as if drawn by an unseen force. Their cries began anew, a haunting cacophony that echoed with my deepest fears. You will join us, they screamed, their voices rising in a grotesque harmony that shook my very core. I looked around, panic bubbling within me as the realization hit. The darkness was relentless, never-ending. From the center of the mass, a gargantuan shadow erupted, twisting upward, and with every inch of its climb, the temperature dropped, chilling me to the bone. I could barely comprehend its form as it surged, becoming a colossal silhouette with no distinguishable features. Only a gaping maw that opened wider than I could comprehend, exposing rows of gnarled teeth. Overpowered by fear, I stumbled backwards, only to collide with the very wall of darkness behind me. I felt it wrap around my body, constricting like a python ready to strike. You cannot outrun what you are, the voice whispered, smooth as silk but laced with bitterness, plunging into my mind like a spear. Straining against the despair, my heart raced as panic took over. I'm not like you, I shouted defiantly, struggling to regain my footing, fighting the oncoming tide of malevolence. I concentrated, urging every ounce of power from the light, letting it pulse through my veins, each beat a quiet battle cry against the shadows willing to swallow me whole. But just as I tightened my grip on hope, the grotesque maw of the colossal shadow loomed larger, devouring everything in its path. The edges of my vision began to dim, the brilliance of the heart flickering uncertainly as despair threatened to drag me down into the engulfing blackness. Shadows erupted, once more swirling around me like a tempest, threatening to extinguish the light. Each breath seemed heavy, laden with dread, as the malevolent whispers danced tantalizingly close. I could almost feel their cold touch caressing my mind, weaving through my thoughts, warping my reality. My resolve began to crack under the pressure, wilting as the shadows intensified with their siren call of surrender. Just when it felt like the darkness would swallow me whole, I dug deep inside, searching for that last spark, the fragment of hope that refused to die. Memories of laughter bubbled up, intertwined with the faces of those I cherished. Vivid images that shone brighter than the darkness looming around me. I refuse, I screamed, pouring everything into the orb, unleashing all the love and determination I could muster. Light exploded from my outstretched hands, splintering into a million shimmering fragments that tore through the darkness like sun rays breaking the dawn. But the colossal shadow jerked violently, reforming quickly into an inky mass that bulged and rippled, trying to reclaim its hold on me. In a split second, the darkness snapped, lunging forward at an unbelievable speed, its gaping maw aching to silence my defiance. The world around me seemed to fracture, time stretching and distorting as I braced for impact. I felt every chilling sensation sweep over me, fear coursing through my veins, battling against the rising tide of adrenaline. But then, in the midst of that chaos, I discovered a vital truth. I wasn't meant to fight alone. The bond of my memories intertwined around me, radiant strength cascading from the heart, illuminating the shadows and pushing back the enormous mass with a force that rattled my bones. I could feel the spirits of those who had suffered before me stepping forward, their determination fueling my own, awakening a power deep within. And just as the nightmare threatened to envelop me, the voices of my loved ones surged with unstoppable force, each word igniting the empty spaces I had once thought filled. "We're with you," they shouted, a roaring chorus that echoed through the clearing, resonating deep within the shadows. Their energy collided with my own, as if my heart had become a beacon of brilliant resolve, leading the charge against despair. The mass shrieked in agony as it recoiled, its edges fraying, dark tendrils curling away as if the light were burning them alive. I pressed onward, pouring every ounce of love and determination into that radiant orb. "You will not take me," I bellowed, the sound reverberating around me, growing stronger as I channeled the collective energy swirling within, ready to face the darkness consuming all. But the shadow wasn't finished yet. They surged back with a vengeance, resolute and fierce as they roared in unison, shattering the ominous silence and screeching their primal fear, their cries dancing in tandem with my own heartbeat, lost between defiance and despair. The ground beneath me quaked violently as the shadows lunged forward, desperate to claw me away from the light and drag me into the abyss of their void. I clenched my jaw, fueled by a ferocity I never thought I possessed. "Fight back," I commanded, willing that energy to explode outward. But they pressed on, an army of nothingness, consuming, devouring, becoming one with the darkness that hung low like a sinister fog, spreading and deepening, cloaking my vision with terrifying certainty. "You will be one of us," they murmured, their voices a ghastly blend, reaching for my cracking resolve. I struggled to breathe, but the weight of their words twisted inside me, doubt gnawing at the edges of my spirit, threatening to drag me back into their world. "You belong," they promised. With renewed strength, I raised the orb higher, fueled by every ounce of love I had for those connected to me, calling forth the memories of laughter and light, binding them tightly to my spirit. I could feel their strength wrapping around me, a protective barrier that swallowed the tremors of despair swirling in the air. "No!" I cried, defiance surging through me as I unleashed every fragment of hope, casting light toward the oppressive force coiling around me like chains, setting forth waves of energy blasting through the shadows. I could see them falter, shadows twitching in panic as the light encircled their forms, fire surging through the darkness, filling the air with an otherworldly glow. It felt like a cleansing, a powerful release of the burdens I had been carrying, illuminating every crevice where fear had dared to reside. But then darkness thickened once more, swirling and pulsing, trying to pull back what I had begun to reclaim. I could hear their howls rising in fury, echoing across the landscape as the shadows began to reform, regrouping into something even more sinister. I felt it, an enormous surge of dread, a crimson tide of despair that flooded the very air around me. An army of grotesque figures began to emerge from the brink, faces twisted in agony, each one clawing at the edges of my sanity, as if to reclaim the darkness I was trying to escape. "You cannot escape the inevitable," they roared, monstrous and grating, as their hands shot towards me from every angle, eager to snatch whatever flicker of light remained. My breath came in ragged gasps as panic washed over me like a wave, engulfing me until I could barely process the magnitude of their intent. But in that moment, I dug deep, calling upon every flicker of light within. The memories, the joy, the connections. I harnessed their energy, feeling it surge within me, bonding from every corner of my spirit into a formidable strength. "This ends here," I shouted, a voice echoing through the chaos. Unveiling a burning light I had only begun to comprehend. The orb exploded in a blinding radiance, soaring skyward, shining brighter than I could have ever imagined. The shadows recoiled in horror, their horrific faces melding into one another, as if realizing I had formed an unbreakable bond with the energy unleashed from my heart. The realm around me trembled, the very fabric of darkness fracturing as I pushed the light forward, an unyielding force driving through every shadow until they began to splinter apart, screaming in frustration. But then, from within that radiant explosion, I glimpsed something horrific lurking, deeper shadows unfurling, faces emerging that were somehow familiar, recognizable, yet distorted into sinister caricatures of their former selves. As they writhed and twisted, grotesque features materializing through the blinding light, I felt my resolve flicker, just for a moment. "You know me," they whispered. "You can't escape your past." The remnants of regret surged to the forefront of my mind, clawing at my heart like a dark specter made flesh, filling me with chilling dread and flooding my consciousness with self-doubt. Fear gripped my chest, trying to pull me back down, to shroud me in their horrific embrace. But as their visages hovered closer, I clung to the radiant light with all my might, igniting it with the unity of love and hope I had rekindled with every soul by my side. I forced it forth, determined not to let their morbid invitation pull me under. And in that light, I summoned every ounce of strength, remembering that I was not alone in this battle. "I am more than my fears," I declared, resolutely pushing forward as the wails of the shadows echoed around me, morphing into howls of pain. Yet, with every ounce of light unleashed, the shadows grew heavier, a mass of darkness that coiled around me like a tightening vice, suffocating my will and threatening to crush me beneath an unyielding weight of despair. Panic surged anew as I fought their grasp, and in that moment, everything around me seemed to shift, shadows elongating, stretching, folding in on themselves, creating a suffocating atmosphere that felt alive and hungry. Just as I thought despair would pull me under, a flash of clarity broke through, illuminating the dark corners of my mind. I realized I had to confront the darkest parts of myself if I wanted to break free. "I am still here," I shouted into the void, my voice echoing against the oppressive silence, feeling a flicker of defiance reignite within. The shadows twisted and morphed, their forms grasping at my ankles like cold, bony fingers pulling me towards their abyss. Their whispers escalated into an agonizing chorus. "You cannot escape this reality. Join us. Give in to your pain." But I wasn't the one they thought I was. I fought harder, pushing against the waves of despair that threatened to drown me. Each surge of energy from deep within me felt like the memories of my loved ones flowing through, each beat of their hearts encouraging me to rise above. The light within the orb shone even brighter, and I clung to that brightness as if it were a lifeline. Suddenly, a horrifying truth dawned upon me. These weren't merely shadows preying upon my fears. These figures embodied my regrets, my pain, the very essence of my doubts. They took shape, terrifying and familiar, faces from my past now twisted and deformed. "Look at us," they hissed, their voices a cacophony of anguish and betrayal. "You were meant to suffer as we did. You cannot escape the darkness within." The faces loomed closer, their features distorted in agony. A mother, a friend, even a pure stranger whose sad eyes seemed to bleed into the darkness, each one vying for release from their shackles while pulling me further into their despair. Staring into their eyes, a shiver of recognition gripped me. They were the lost, the broken, trapped in the very shadows I fought against. In a moment where fear almost overwhelmed, A surge of compassion pierced through the darkness. "I won't abandon you," I murmured, my heart racing with the weight of their suffering, and that flicker of hope turned into a flame. Drawing strength from that compassion, I embraced the essence of love and light tightly. I felt the orb pulsating with warmth, beckoning to share its brilliance with those lost souls. "I choose to fight for all of us," I declared, my voice echoing around us and shaking the very foundations of despair I stood upon. The shadows surged in response, a swirling mass of fury attempting to devour my resolve. Each face became warped through a mix of rage and sorrow, shrieks escalating to a horrific crescendo as they lunged toward me, creating a tidal wave of darkness. But I refused to blink, refused to flinch. I concentrated, forcing all my energy into the growing light, each heartbeat pounding in defiance. The orb exploded in an eruption of golden radiance that filled the clearing, enveloping me completely, pushing the shadows back. "Your suffering does not define us," I screamed as light burst forth, expanding and exploding into tendrils that reached out towards them, unraveling their grotesque forms, breaking the chains of despair that bound them. But the shadows screamed, twisting, trying to hold onto the familiar agony I had known for too long. "You will never be free," their voices echoed ominously, clawing at my mind. I felt them trying to burrow into my thoughts, dragging me down toward the depths I fought so hard to escape. As I battled against the mounting pressure, I could sense the grotesque figures changing their tactics, gathering itself back into a monstrous entity, pooling around me like a storm ready to strike. All who do not yield must face the consequence. They howled, voices melding together in a symphony of terror that rattled my bones. Then, from the shadows, a chilling breeze swept through, bringing with it a putrid scent that filled the air with decay. It was like the enthusiasm of darkness was a living entity, eager to consume anything remotely bright. I felt icy fingers dance along my skin, whispering dreadful secrets of helplessness and defeat, tantalizing promises that I could silence the pain if only I surrendered, if only I joined them willingly. In that moment, the heart of my determination began to flicker, teetering precariously on the brink of despair. Doubt threatened to ensnare me, casting me into a deeper void. I could see the silhouette of the colossal figure re-emerging from the swirling maelstrom, more monstrous than before, every hollow eye locking onto mine, reflecting my growing fear. "Look into your heart," it whispered, and the vile air wrapped around me, cold and suffocating. "There's nothing left. Only the shadows can guide you." It lunged closer, conforming itself into an overwhelming presence, its face a grotesque mask of my own hesitance that sought to shatter my resolve. But amidst that entrapment of fear, I concentrated harder, recalling the warmth of love, the echoes of laughter, memories of joy I had once embraced. "You are not alone," I shouted, summoning every ounce of those precious moments, feeling them ignite the heart within me, illuminating the deepest corners of despair. The shadows writhed in protest, but I focused on that bright energy, pushing it outward with unyielding force. Light burst forth in radiant colors, flooding the clearing, engulfing every fragment of darkness that tried to ensnare me. Flashes of brilliance splintered the soul-wrenching gloom, and I felt strength flood through me once more. The grotesque figures recoiled, faces twisted in agony as the luminescence shattered their dark forms, splintering away like glass caught in a violent tempest. But through their fading shapes, a chilling essence began to solidify, a dark miasma swirling in the center, morphing into a dreadful visage that bore down on me with relentless hunger. "You are still trapped," it taunted, the voice echoing with a sickening familiarity, reverberating through my bones as shadows coalesced around it, forming a monstrous grin that held centuries of time, loss, and tragedy. "You cannot escape what you truly are." The statement struck a fear deeper than any horror, echoing the very haunting words I had heard whispered in the darkest corners of my mind. As it leered closer, A wave of despair washed over me, weighty and suffocating, as its chilling grin began to morph into an all-consuming void, threatening to swallow me whole. In a moment where resignation almost took hold, I grasped the orb tighter, gathered every bit of courage left within me, and directed my gaze squarely at the looming mass of shadows. "You don't define me," I declared, forcing each word from the deepest recesses of my heart, feeling the light pulse with renewed strength. But I knew this wasn't over yet. The darkness surged again, curling around me like a thick fog, each tendril reaching out as if to clutch and suffocate, eager to snuff out every flicker of spirit. The air crackled, charged a static energy that mingled with the echo of fear threatening to ensnare my will. Suddenly, the shadows erupted, gathering storm-like around the heart, like a treacherous tide urging to drown what light remained. The faces, once sorrowful, contorted in rage, morphing into an all-consuming whirlwind pressing me against an invisible barrier, testing the very core of my strength. The laughter twisted into wails of anguish, each cry cutting deeper into my spirit as if mocking my defiance. The malevolent force pushed closer, and I could barely breathe as waves of despair surged, keen to wipe out everything I stood for. Yet in that confrontation, I felt something shift again. Moments of joy burst forth within. The laughter of childhood friends, the hugs of loved ones, every smile and memory that had ever brought me happiness. The weight pressed harder, but those fragments of light coalesced, fueling my determination, feeding that radiant core into a blinding blaze that illuminated the suffocating blackness swirling around me. With my voice trembling but resolute, I shouted, "I am not afraid." The light surged, casting ripples that shattered the darkness, flinging the grotesque figures into the void as I witnessed them fade. With every ounce of strength, I unleashed the light, sending it spiraling outward like wildfire, banishing the shadows that clawed at me. The oppressive atmosphere began to crack, giving way as beams of light scored the air, igniting hope in what felt like a waking nightmare. The colossal entity shuddered, its grotesque features contorting with rage as the brilliance pushed through the darkness, scattering its form like ashes caught in the wind. And with that push, a loud crack echoed as if the fabric of the night itself was tearing apart, creating a cascade of luminous energy that surged around me in waves. As the shadows hissed and writhed, I pressed forward, determined to chase away the nightmare that lurked, refusing to give into the fear that sought to pull me under. With each shout, more light surged into existence. Memories ignited within me, battling against the void, illuminating a pathway through the oppressive gloom. But then, in that kaleidoscope of brilliance, figures began to emerge, each one mirroring my past struggles, regret becoming sentient in their ghastly forms, shifting to remind me of every moment I once wished I could forget. They were innumerable, endless, forming a circle of disdainful faces that loomed ever closer, their eyes hollow, their mouths twisted in rage. "Why do you fight?" they wailed in unison, the sound heartbreaking and wretched, each term resounding with the weight of their lost hopes. "You are one of us, lost to the dark." I felt my heart sink, momentarily faltering as doubt gnawed at the seams of my spirit, threatening to unravel everything I had fought to hold on to. But as their ghoulish expressions bore down on me, I realized that these shadows were nothing more than fragments of my internal battle. "You are wrong," I barked, feeling a strength surging anew. I remembered what I was fighting for, the love, the laughter, and every flicker of joy I had clung to in my darkest moments. "I'm not like you," I shouted defiantly, channeling every ounce of my essence into the light. With that renewed resolve, I thrust my hands forward, images swirling and coiling around me as a halo of brightness erupted from the core of my being, illuminating the clearing with blinding intensity. The shadows quaked as the brilliance shattered their forms, scattering their ghastly remnants like leaves in a gale. The monstrous figures shrieked in fury, their faces twisting as their shadows dissolved into an oppressive mist, consumed by the very light they sought to extinguish. I pushed forth, determined not to relent, feeling every piece of the light resonate within me. My love, my losses, my memories, each one sparking the determination to rise above the suffocating void surrounding me. But the dark essence shifted yet again, and something sinister emerged behind the flickering remnants. A dense, swirling mass began gathering at my feet. A pulsing energy whispered promises of surrender. "Join us," they lured, their voices a seductive melody echoing around. "Come back to the darkness where you belong." The clawing shadows erupted, encircling me as they diluted my resolve, the promise of escape nagging at the back of my mind. A deceitful scheme meant to enthrall. They reached out in disjointed despair, intertwined with longing and grief, desperate to consume my spirit entirely. "No!" I cried, clenching my fists, summoning every scrap of hope while battling the oncoming tide. The vision of light surged forth, washing over the gruesome shapes that encroached upon me. But just when it seemed that I might break free, the sinister mass retaliated, coiling tightly around my legs, dragging me down toward its heart, toward my fears, whispering every regret and sadness I had buried deep inside. It was an endless cycle of darkness that threatened to pull me into its depths. I could feel the shadows tugging at my consciousness, trying to siphon my energy and weave it into their grotesque form. Their whispers promising a release from pain, an end to this struggle if I only yielded. Every breath became a battle as I fought against their overwhelming grip, feeling my spirit slip. But just as the tide began to pull me under, the light flickered with renewed vigor, a heartbeat reminding me of everything I held dear. "You do not control me," I roared, forcing every memory, every connection, forward into the light like an arrow shot from a bow. The radiant beam exploded from my heart, a fierce surge that blinded the anchor of the shadows, sending them reeling back with a cacophony of screams echoing around me. I felt the power of my spirit erupting forth, illuminating everything with pure light. In that moment, I became something more than the fears that had hunted me. Wave after wave of energy cascaded through the darkness, shattering the oppressive gloom and scattering the lingering remnants of despair. But as I surged forward, more monstrous figures began to materialize, their grotesque forms jarring against my persistent brightness. They manifested like a nightmarish tide, each one echoing the shape of my most dreaded memories. With twisted faces and cruel smiles, they jeered at my determination, lighting their eyes with malevolence. "You think you can escape us?" Their voices slithered through the air like venom. "We are your shadows, forever intertwined." A shiver crawled down my spine, and for a fleeting moment, doubt gnawed at my spirit, making me question my resolve. Each figure began to weave a tapestry of silhouettes that recoiled and pressed in tighter, casting their demented grins against the luminous backdrop. I felt their despair, trying to weave its way back into my heart, a sinister whisper promising solace if I just gave in. The grisly faces shifted, distorting into haunting visions of past failures and regrets. Each one bore the weight of sorrow, clawing into my consciousness and creating an unbearable cacophony of thoughts designed to drag me back down. "Join us in the darkness," they chanted like a chilling hymn. "It is where you truly belong." A cold sweat broke on my forehead as I saw familiar aspects of my past materializing from the depths. The doubts that tried to drown me, the mistakes that reminded me of how fragile I was. I recognized a past version of myself, lost and broken in torment, staring back at me, eyes wide with fear, a twisted reflection of my own insecurities brought to life. "You can't fight forever," it whispered, and I could feel the tendrils of its shadow creeping toward me, beckoning me to succumb to the overwhelming tide. But then, a surge of warmth wrapped around me like a protective cloak. I focused on the light, willing it further, summoning the memories of those I loved, friends and family who stood alongside me in the darkest times. "I am stronger than this," I shouted defiantly, forcing back the throng. of specters tightening their grip around my mind. The light surged forth, pushing against the creeping shadows, and for every step they took closer, I illuminated the darkness with hope. I felt the collective energy of every positive memory fueling my determination now, a radiant blaze igniting all around me, burning off the chill that threatened to consume my spirit. The air crackled with a frantic tension, shadows shrieking as they recoiled from the heat. But then I felt it, a distorted sensation sweeping over me, like icy fingers brushing down the back of my neck, sending a shiver deep into my bones. I turned to glimpse the horror woven from shadows behind me, eyes like swirling pits of despair narrowing, stalking ever closer, echoing the very marrow of my fear. "You cannot hide from the truth," it hissed, voice curdling into an otherworldly growl that reverberated in my chest. The air thickened, sensations laden with malice, as I could almost feel the shape of dread slithering through invisible cracks in reality, ready to pull me under. I struggled against the rapid descent, feeling the pull of darkness threatening to snatch me back into its depth. Beneath that storm of dread, hesitation flared once more within me, and I felt an unsettling urge to turn away, to snuff the light and embrace the familiar shadows clinging to my past, promising comfort and surrender. But I took a deep breath, grounding myself once again in the promise of hope, reminding myself of the warmth of the connections that had brought me here. Each breath became fuel for the fire, and as the monstrous faces lunged towards me, nothing could hold back the light that began to swirl wildly. "You are nothing but echoes," I roared, an unnameable voice surging from the depths of my soul as I thrust the radiant energy ahead, watching it expand, blasting through the encroaching shadows, fracturing the oppressive mass that surrounded me. Yet, just as I began to feel like the tide was turning, I felt a bone-rattling chill settle across my shoulders, a coldness that wrapped around my throat like a noose. I turned halfway, heart pounding, and stood face to face with a figure draped in darkness. Its eyes burned like distant stars, filled with ancient secrets that taunted my very existence. "Let the shadows in," it spoke softly, yet the tone dripped with malice, filling the air with dread as if each word held the weight of everything I had ever feared. "You have nothing to lose. You're already lost." I swallowed hard, heart racing with the chaos swirling around me. The world turned dark again, and a cyclone of darkness erupted, wrapping around my limbs, clamping down on my throat while the whispers grew louder. A disembodied symphony accompanying the unrelenting presence looming before me. The specter leaned closer, its breath sending frost into the air, filling me with dread. Memories whirled around me, collapsing into an endless cycle of regret, and I could feel them seeping into my veins. Each failure, each moment of despair vibrating through the essence of my being, resonating with the sinister figure's words. "Face it, you will never be free of us." With newfound ferocity, I flung my arms wide, releasing the light that surged through my fingertips, illuminating the darkness dancing around me in a violent embrace. The onslaught of shadows recoiled, yet the entity didn't flinch, remaining fixed as an unmovable wall against the radiant energy. It pulsated, writhing, as if seeking to embrace the brightness, drowning me once more in its sinister allure, offering comfort and tempting me to surrender to the consuming void. Where tendrils touched my skin, I felt the chill seep into my soul. Echoes of despair tugged at me and created a vortex of emotions, showing lost dreams and haunting regrets in horrifying clarity. With each surge of light, I could hear faint screams mingling with my own, a reflection of the loved ones I had lost battling against the rising tide of darkness, seeking to pull me under. It was a heart-wrenching reminder of the fragility I had battled for so long and the desperate need to fight for them, to shine their memory through the shadows of despair. But doubt began to bloom, coiling tightly around my mind, weaving its way through the light I was so desperately trying to hold. Screams of anguish and cries of despair echoed through this dark void, drowning out my thoughts as the shadows pushed deeper inside. With every ounce of energy, I fought against this unyielding force, pressing on to extinguish it again. But the figure before me morphed, transforming into a ghastly image of my own face, twisted and anguished. Its eyes darkened, dancing with malevolent delight, reflecting every fear I had ever harbored, every promise I had broken. In that moment, I felt totally unmade, as if everything I believed was now stripped away, leaving me vulnerable and exposed. Feel the pain. It breathed softly, its voice resonating with a chilling familiarity. You cannot escape what you are. I faltered. The light flickered dangerously close to extinguishing, as I stared into a distorted mirror reflecting every painful moment from my past. Each regret washed over me like a cruel wave, drowning every sliver of defiance I had mustered. Yet in the depths of despair, something reignited. I focused on the warmth of every connection, my friends, my family, those I loved deeply. This flicker turned into a roaring flame, pushing back against the shadows. "You do not define my fate," I screamed, feeling every ounce of that light pulse through me like a heartbeat. With that voice uniting my existence, I forced the brilliance outwards, a flood of radiance erupting in a magnificent display, banishing fear, igniting my spirit in a riot of color against an ever-encroaching darkness. And yet, as the luminous energy surged around me, I realized something deeper still loomed in the chasm of shadows. A distinct figure took shape at the edge, far more ominous than the rest. A swirling nexus of darkness with a presence that chilled the very air around me. "You think you can defeat the shadows," it crooned, voice velvety smooth yet dripping with malice. "You are merely a flicker in the endless night." The shadows bowed to its will, circling around my feet with an eager, hungry energy, twisting and curling around my ankles like constricting serpents, pulling me again toward the abyss. I felt myself falter, the weight of despair drawing down as dread clawed at my spirit. But still, in the darkest depths, the warmth of love flickered beneath the surface, unraveling that heavy shroud, flames igniting memories once locked away, drawing upon the strength of every bond one had ever forged. "You will not take me," I roared, grounding myself in that radiant truth, pushing forth every ounce of light within me until the air crackled with energy, a burst of hope that sent shockwaves through the encroaching darkness, scattering the shadows momentarily. But the silent giant at the edge of the storm remained, resilient as I pressed forward, continually conjuring light, battling against the chilling echoes that threatened to swallow me whole. "What do you have left?" it questioned, mirroring my fears with a sadistic pleasure, flickers of doubt slipping through the cracks of my resolve. Something deep within me gripped tighter, a primal urge fueling my desire not to falter. Each word became a spark igniting the inner flame I clung to desperately, confounding the darkness that loomed. Each flash of brilliance flared brighter, forcing me to confront the encroaching void. I felt fragments of the past surging through me again, memories of time shared, filled with laughter and connection, reminding me of everything for which I had fought so fiercely. "I may feel pain," I declared, channeling the warmth of that love surging within me, "but I won't falter." And again, the light burst free, a searing wave of energy, engulfing the shadows, unraveling the tendrils, ensnaring my spirit. Yet, through the stunning brilliance, the deep resonance of the dark entity still faced me, a constant reminder of all that flickered in the back of my mind. I could feel its presence pressing in, tempting me with promises of solace and surrender, whispering that perhaps it would be so much easier to just give in. But in that crucial moment, when the weight pressed hardest against my chest, I took a deep breath and grounded myself once more. "I choose to fight," I asserted, drawing from every ounce of light within me as I lunged forth, shooting the energy outward, splintering the remaining darkness, and filling the air with blinding radiance. But just as the radiant energy surrounded the dark entity, it shifted, the shadows coiling in a new configuration. morphing into a multi-headed serpent that darted through the space, hissing and shrieking with a plethora of voices, all intertwined in an orchestra of malice. One voice penetrating through the din. "You are nothing without your shadows," it cried out, while the heads jutted closer, their ghastly forms swirling about me. I felt a cold dread creeping down my spine as their mouths opened wide, and I could hear the whispers of my fears echoing through the chaos. With their sinister laughter filling the air, every regret, every mistake tried to pull me under with relentless force, and I could almost feel myself breaking. "You have lost," they howled in unison, advancing ever closer, drowning out the glorious warmth and brilliance pouring around me like a lighthouse fighting against an ocean storm. I could feel the rush of my heartbeat in my ears as I pressed against the tide, drawing deeper within myself to confront each fear laid bare before me. Each moment twisted into thousands of regrets, suffocating dreams attempting to drown me. But then, in that swirl of chaos, I glimpsed a flicker, another piece of my past brighter than all the memories that threatened to undo me. I plugged into it, igniting the flame of defiance once more, feeling its warmth radiate out toward the looming shadows, filling me with relentless strength. "I am more!" I cried out, a raw strength surging through me as I shoved away the gnashing silhouettes surrounding me. The light erupted once more, brilliant and pure, encasing me in a bubble of warmth that pulsed with energy to the rhythm of my heart. The serpent reeled back, hissing in fury as the light consumed its darkness. I watched as the grotesque forms began to drop away, as the once imposing darkness struggled against the blinding glow. The air crackled around me, each pulse of light syncopating with the frantic beats of my heart. I could feel my spirit rising, momentarily transcending the gloom. And yet, beneath a thin layer of triumph, a darker current still lurked, ready to burst through. Suddenly, I saw it, a clawed hand reaching out from the depths of the shifting shadows. It extended slowly, resembling an old tree branch but twisted grotesquely, as if it had been tortured by time itself. The nails were jagged and dripping with darkness, and every instinct told me to recoil. Each joint in its fingers cracked ominously as it flexed, creating an unsettling symphony of despair that echoed through the air like a twisted lullaby. "You cannot escape us," a voice hissed from the depths of the blackness. It wrapped around me like a serpent, squeezing tightly as I felt their presence gravitate closer, burdening my chest with an unbearable weight. I jerked back, desperately pushing against that pressure, the tendrils reaching out as they whispered in a chorus of pain, their words intricate and sharp. "Embrace the shadows," they coaxed, their sounds laced with seduction and darkness. "This light can't protect you forever." The claw retracted, then darted with alarming speed, slashing through the air to latch onto my ankle. Coldness seared through my body like icy fire as it constricted, dragging me closer to the void. I fought against the grip, summoning my strength, but the shadows encircled me like a thick fog, suffocating my resolve and distorting my surroundings. "You are mine," the voice crooned, sending a tremor of unease cascading through my being. I could feel the shadows crawling up my leg, icy filaments wrapping around my skin, spreading doubt like venom. I could hear my heart thrumming in my ears, each beat reverberating with growing panic, pushing me to act as I strained against the bonds. I closed my eyes and focused on the light within, willing it to intensify. "You have no power over me," I shouted defiantly, feeling the words resonate through the encroaching darkness. With desperation fueling my movements, I drew the energy from deep inside, channeling every flicker of hope I had left. But just as I felt the light begin to expand, a harsh laughter echoed through the dark. It sounded familiar, yet unbearable, like echoes of every laugh that had mocked my failures. "This will always be your reality," the shadows hissed. They morphed into twisted figures, many of them adorned with familiar faces, people I had loved and lost. It was a ghastly parade of betrayal, each one a reminder of every moment I had wished I could forget. I gasped as the figure of my childhood friend appeared, its eyes hollow and dark. "You left me," it taunted, a bitter edge dripping from the words. The shadows surged forward, each step accompanied by the ghostly figures I had once cherished. They whispered my name, their voices mingling in a haunting symphony of memories laced with accusation and grief. "You don't deserve to escape," each echoed as they reached for me. Fingers of shadows intertwining like wraiths, grasping desperately as they pulled me back into their suffocating embrace. They surrounded me, weaving an impenetrable wall that accelerated my pulse and stole my breath. But I remembered the light, that persistent and unyielding flame within. "I will not let you take me," I cried out, pushing against the swirling shadows. I could feel the heated energy battling against the cold touch of regret, igniting fiercely as warmth radiated out from my heart. Yet, the darkness retaliated violently, attempting to obscure my focus. The spectral figures clawed at my mind, forcing me to relive every raw moment of sadness, every tear of regret I had tried to bury. Each time they whispered my name, it cut deeper, echoing like the ring of a death knell. "You cannot run from yourself," the shadowed forms taunted, their dismal forms closing in on me while despair spread from the depths of my fear. A profoundly chilling realization washed over me. These figures were not mere shadows, but representations of my unresolved pain, my guilt personified into grotesque specters designed to wear me down. Each one a piece of regret begging to be recognized, clawing at my heart with relentless desire. Breathing heavily, I realized I had to confront my fears. With a surge of defiance I hadn't known I possessed, I embraced the light even tighter, infusing it with every moment that had brought me joy. I remembered laughter shared, hugs exchanged, the warmth of companionship glowing like molten gold lighting my path. "You will not win," I shouted into the suffocating darkness, my voice steady. Against the chaotic noise, the cold tendrils recoiled slightly, and I could see a momentary flicker of uncertainty in the hollow eyes surrounding me, but it quickly morphed back into aggression. They howled back, a tornado of anger twisting through the air, whipping the shadows into a frenzy as I pressed forward. I poured my heart into that light, images of love and hope dancing within it like a radiant flame, and I hurtled the essence outward, sending it spiraling toward the encroaching darkness. The blinding light erupted violently, filling the space, illuminating every twisted figure. They shrieked as my resolve blasted through them, fracturing their forms. The dark shapes began to twitch, writhing as they fought against the power surging through me. And for a brief second, I felt a shift. But then, as if they had united to form a single entity, a visage emerged from the depths, its elongated features creeping closer, an ever-present reminder that my past would be waiting. Its voice curled around me like smoke, each word dripping with the power of confusion and despair. "What have you become?" it whispered, gaze piercing straight into my soul. "A flickering flame in a storm? You will always return to us?" The oppressive weight of despair slammed into me, descending like a heavy shroud, and I felt despair pulling tighter around my heart. Panic threatened to engulf me. The eeriness of the entity's presence flickered across my skin, raising goosebumps in a parade of fear. I found my breath coming in jagged gasps, my mind racing as I fought against that ripple of doubt. Images of the darkness that had swept away parts of my reality poured into the forefront of my thoughts, reminding me of the countless times I had faltered, times when the shadows had seemed insurmountable. They whispered promises of safety swirling right around my ears, beckoning me to come and rest into the darkness. But as I drew closer to surrender, I remembered the moments that had kept me afloat, the friendships forged in laughter, the kindness shared during the hardest days, the strength gained from lifting others up. They fueled a growing inferno deep inside my chest, burning away the chill of despair. "I am not afraid of you," I shouted, anchoring myself in that light, flaring my brilliance into the oppressive space. With new resolve, I propelled the warmth outward, sending it surging against the slithering shadows that loomed over me. A tempest of energy erupted, filling the empty void, forcing the once familiar forms to snap backward against the overwhelming force. But just when I thought I had the upper hand, tendrils of darkness lunged at me from the swirling mass, catching my arm, trying to pull me into their cold depths, and I screamed as despair tightened its grip once again. The cacophony of laughing voices echoed around me, mingling together in a swirling vortex, pressing me down into the ominous darkness that clamored to envelop me. I felt fear welling up inside like an invisible tide, desperate to drown my spirit, to consume everything I held dear. Reaching deep within, I summoned the last fragments of my light, enough warmth to shine against the oppressive chill. "You do not define me," I shouted, forcing the brilliance outward in blinding waves, scattering the encroaching figures like autumn leaves caught in a storm, sending shockwaves of warmth that surged through the shadows, unraveling them. But just as they splintered, the central figure, grim and imposing, shifted again, its jagged outline morphing rapidly, each movement mimicking despair itself. I felt my heart lurch as its form stabilized, revealing a face twisted in a menacing grin that siphoned hope. "Did you think mere light could keep me at bay?" The voice slithered into my brain, wrapping itself around my thoughts, squeezing every strand of hope into thin threads. In a heartbeat, it spoke of shadow's allure, whispering lies that clutched at my heart and twisted the fabric of reality. Instead of crumbling before the looming face, I clenched my fists, feeling that furious heat pulse through every fiber of my being. A relentless flame ignited anew, fueled by the desire to not just survive, but actually to thrive amidst this chaos. Drawing upon the warmth, I redirected every ounce of energy I could gather, igniting an explosion of brilliant light that surged toward the figure, illuminating its twisted visage. The shadows screamed as I pushed against the dark mass, sweeping it aside and opening the way for the light to break through the air like a comet streaking through a starless night. Just then, wild laughter erupted from the figure, an unsettling sound that sent shivers crawling down my spine. "You think you were the first to try? You will only exhaust yourself." As I pressed on, I felt the energy strain against the darkness. It was as though time itself twisted with agony as the shadows wrapped around my limbs, gnashing like teeth desperate to rend my spirit asunder. The clawed hands reappeared, fanged mouths gaping in laughter, merging together in a cacophony of howls as I pushed against that relentless tide. But beneath their haunting laughter, I remembered the sanctuary of love I had sought all along. Images of the kind smiles, familiar embraces, and shared laughter flooded my mind once more. Each memory crystallized into a beacon of hope, bolstering the light swelling within me, illuminating the suffocating darkness around. "You are nothing but whispers of pain," I roared, forcing every ounce of that incandescent brilliance into the swirling vortex that surrounded me. The shadows shrieked, but I felt the light igniting the darkness, fracturing their grotesque forms like brittle glass, sending the pieces scattering and shivering into fleeting shadows. Yet still, the sentient mass of darkness refused to yield. It shifted again, and I saw eyes glaring at me with chilling intensity. They were ancient, filled with hatred and mockery, swirling in a void beyond understanding, a reminder of every time I had faltered, every moment of despair clinging tightly in the air. "You cannot hope to conquer what you deny," it hissed, revealing its true form, a swirling amalgamation of fear, pain, regret, dancing like a malevolent storm across the space. Its presence threatened to unravel me, but I stood my ground, wrapping the warmth of my memories around me as an armor against the approaching shadows. Gritting my teeth against the suffocating presence, I challenged the overwhelming darkness, trying to focus my thoughts against the barrage of despair. "I will rise above this," I proclaimed, lifting my arms high, allowing the light to erupt forth. But even as I felt the power soar, the tendrils gripped tighter, trying to encircle me, intertwining around my frame like a vice intent on pulling me down. The shadows writhed and twisted, pulsating with ferocity, each voice joining the fray, chanting memories of lost dreams and taunts of cruel truths. "Look at what you've become," they taunted, pulling me into an orchestra of ghastly reminders, the sound echoing into the emptiness like a requiem filled with loss. Yet, against that cacophony, a flutter of hope persisted. A whisper of faith deep in my heart kept urging me on. Summoning every ounce of strength, with piercing clarity, I uttered the words that had been buried so long, a quiet answer to the dark noise surrounding. "I am more than my shadows." With that declaration, a surge of determination rose within me, reshaping the air around me into a radiant explosion that lit the spaces where darkness sought to thrive. The shadows froze, momentarily disoriented before flaring into a vicious fury, but I stood firm, pushing the warmth outward and packing it full of every hope I had left. Even still, just when I thought victory was in reach, the malevolent mass surged one last time, coiling like a serpent, snapping viciously toward me. I could taste the bitterness of fear in the air, as that twisted voice recounted my darkest secrets with merciless vigor, attempting to drown my spirit. And yet, through that storm of despair, it struck me. This was my chance to reclaim every shadows, to embrace them and transform that fear into strength. I knew I had to confront the swirling mass, and for the first time, I felt a flicker of power surfacing from within, pushing back against the oppressive darkness looming all around me. "You think you can consume me with regrets?" I challenged, my voice barely a whisper against the rising winds of despair. Each word felt like a stone thrown into a lake, the ripples expanding outward. "I have lived through the pain, and I will not bow to it." With that declaration, a surge of warmth blossomed within my chest, growing brighter and brighter, radiating fiercely against the encroaching gloom. I extended my arms wide, summoning every bit of my will, feeling the warmth spill out, a glorious wave of light washing over me. But the shadows recoiled, only briefly disoriented. They formed into a thick fog, swelling higher and closer, creating a suffocating cloud that snaked around me, tauntingly whispering things I had long hidden away. "Do you not feel the weight of your choices? The echoes of your doubts?" I trembled, ghosts of the past swirling around, each whisper resurrecting a memory I thought I had buried, a moment of betrayal, a choice that led to sorrow. Each spectral figure took form, eyes glazed, lips curled into mocking smiles as they reached out like ghastly apparitions. "You can't run from us, can you?" They sneered, their voices rising together, blending into a sinister choir that sent a chill creeping up my spine. I felt their icy fingers on my shoulders, dragging me down, threatening to pull me into their ghastly embrace, where no light could penetrate. The darkness began to pulse, and I felt swallowed by a tidal wave of despair. But in that suffocating breadth of darkness, I focused, pushed through the chaos, desperately straining to grasp that flickering warmth inside me. "I will rise above this," I shouted, forcing those words into the dark abyss. I envisioned the brilliance within, lighting up the shadows. As my pulse quickened, I felt cracks of light break free, splintering outward. The shadows shrieked in fury, contorting into grotesque forms, twisting in ways that should not have been humanly possible. Each cry felt like ice-stabbed needles, thrumming against my eardrums, swirling, morphing into ever more frightful faces, haunting and familiar. In the chaos, one figure stood out, a twisted silhouette that took the shape of someone I had once cared profoundly for. Its hollow eyes dug deep into my soul, and its mouth opened wide, teeth sharp and menacing. That chilling reflection stared back at me, pulling me deeper into despair. "You failed me," it taunted, stretching an arm toward me. Ghostly fingers brushed against my cheek, a reality I had never wanted to confront. Memories, lost and heart-wrenching, crashed like waves against the shore of my mind, threatening to drown me in their depths. A cold sweat trickled down my spine, remembering days when I couldn't save those around me, how I felt helpless and small in the face of overwhelming loss. You can't escape the effects of your choices, the figure sneered, each whisper airless and chilling, like frost creeping over the ground on an endless winter's night. "Stop it!" I cried out, my heart splintering beneath the harsh echoes of self-doubt. But the shadows only grew stronger, the grotesque forms multiplying, encroaching on me from every side. The pressure mounted, my breath came in shallow gasps, the entire weight of the world pressing down. Yet in the midst of this consuming darkness, a flicker of light persisted, that familiar warmth within urging me onward. I focused fiercely on those rays, channeling all that I had, every beautiful memory, every moment that had ignited a spark. "I refuse to be your plaything," I exclaimed, pulling on that internal light like a lifeline, feeling every flicker transforming into a swirling vortex surrounding me. The warmth felt alive, resonating outward like a burning sun illuminating the gloomy world. The cacophony of shadows began to shift, their sinister laughter breaking off into jarring gasps, fractions of seconds where light pierced through, scattering them momentarily. A deep growl erupted from the figure before me, twisting its mouth into an unsettling smile, showing every jagged tooth glistening with malice. "You think you can conquer what lives inside you," it bellowed. The ground trembled as it spoke, sending violent ripples through the air, resonating cold terror that clawed at my senses. I could feel every past misstep rising like smoke, threatening to engulf me again, but I didn't close my eyes this time. I wouldn't allow my spirit to be dragged down. Instead, I locked my gaze with that twisted form, defiance shivering at my core. "I carry both light and dark," I declared, my voice resonating, both steadied and fierce. "It is my choice to rise above it, to transform that hurt into strength." With every syllable I spoke, the warmth intensified, pushing back against the icy fingers that once clawed at me. Realizing my strength was growing, I let the light pulse forward, fueled by desperation, pushing against the dark entity that loomed like a storm cloud, pressing against me with relentless pressure. It surged back, colliding with the brilliance I summoned, sending shockwaves through the air like thunder cracking on a stormy night. The air grew thicker with tension, and the shadows swirled with agonizing urgency, rearing back as I pressed onward. Each moment weighed heavily. "You are nothing," I shouted defiantly, pushing against the encroaching black. "I'm not afraid of you." In that moment, there was a blinding flash, a rift that ripped open as my resolve collided with its onslaught. Flashes of light erupted like fireworks, illuminating the shadows momentarily before they began to dissipate, swirling into chaotic whispers that scattered around the vast space. But the dark figure retaliated viciously, reforming from the shadows, embodying the essence of everything that haunted me. The air vibrated, the whispers all around morphing into blurred shapes that coiled and twisted, desperate to drag me down. I could sense its fear, and that realization sparked an ember of confidence within me. This relentless force had underestimated me. With firm resolve, I focused deeply on everything that momentarily lightened my heart. Faces smiling, laughter shared, moments of connection that had shaped my journey. "You do not own me," I asserted, sending the resolve outwards in waves. A tempest of brightness surging forward, painful memories sinking beneath the growing heat of defiance. The form bellowed again, a fierce roar that reverberated in the void, its shadowy fingers twisting around me, searching for weakness. As the shadows lashed out wildly, I was thrust backward, feeling the pull of despair tugging at my feet. Heart pounding, I stood my ground and pulled deeper, feeling the warmth swell in my heart again, igniting clarity and the determination rising from the depths of my soul, propelling me forward once more. "You have no power here," I boomed, pushing back the encroaching shadows. forcing the light outward until it broke from my body in a searing burst that illuminated the entire dark realm, peeling away layers of darkness that tried desperately to encircle me. The shadows shrieked, their laughter faltering as the brilliant light forced them back, one by one, unraveling the tendrils that sought to ensnare and drown me. But I noticed something more. The vile whispers and haunting memories began to fade into silence, surrendering to that blazing light which now burned fiercely around me. Yet just as I thought I was emerging victorious, the twisted form coiled closer. It lunged with a speed that made my skin crawl, gaping wide with biting darkness, hungry to reclaim what it had lost. I recoiled instinctively, feeling the sharp fangs grazing my skin, chilling me to the bone, a cold surge wrapping around my heart, squeezing, clawing, attempting to rip apart my resolve. I could almost taste the bitterness of fear, thick and nauseating like a fetid smoke wrapping around my throat. My heart raced as I battled, feeling unmoored, fighting back against the tide of uncertainty rising within me. But determination surged again. This was my moment, a rare chance to take command and stand resolute. I gathered each ounce of strength I had left, locking eyes with that horrific visage, feeling a swell of warmth erupt within me strong enough to shatter the grim reality threatening to smother me. I am the master of my fears, I shouted into the swirling darkness, pushing that brilliant energy outward once more, sending it coursing through the air, the pulse radiating with a fierce glow, illuminating everything in my path and igniting the shadows, forcing them to shudder in response. The tendrils recoiled further now, twisting back like a frightened animal, but I felt the icy grip linger. Down my spine, a chill ran, creeping over the warmth, and I took a step back, hands trembling, knowing the fight was not yet over. In that moment of hesitation, the shadows morphed, drawn together into a swirling mass that took form again, evolving rapidly and twisting into the eerie shape of someone I recognized all too well. "Do you really think you can escape me?" That voice, smooth and taunting, dripped from the figure's lips, a chilling reminder of everything I had tried to forget. A wave of dread washed over me, pulling me back from my wave of resolution. Every ounce of strength I had garnered threatened to vanish as that twisted reflection of my past stepped forward like a nightmare shaped into reality. It was a trap, I realized. Dark tendrils began to coil around my feet again, tugging, trying to draw me back into the depths of that familiar despair, reminding me of every regret, every failure I had ever faced. "You are nothing without your shadows, lost and alone," it crooned with a chilling glee, eyes filled with the remnants of darkness. The shadows thickened once again, and I could feel the suffocating weight pressing down, threatening to claim me for good. "You are never free." The words hung in the air, echoing like the end of an insidious melody, only to twist and spiral back, singing over and over in haunting notes. But I had come this far. I had carved a path through fear and regret, and I wasn't going to falter now, not when my light had begun to shine so brightly. "This ends now," I bellowed, my voice resonating through the void, and with disbelief mixed with fury, I felt the light surge within me again, swelling as I gathered every shining memory, letting them overflow into that once suffocating darkness. The beam burst forth with such intensity, illuminating the shadows like the first dawn breaking over a stormy night, washing over every nook and cranny, sending the dark figures spiraling back in anguished howls of defeat. Struggling against the pain of whispered betrayals, my past racing before my eyes, I poured every bit of my being into that light, refusing to yield back to despair as the warmth surrounded me like a protective embrace. The icy tendrils writhed and hissed, melting away beneath the radiance growing with each passing second. Underneath the mirrored form of my past, I pulled deeper within myself, focusing fiercely on reclaiming my spirit. "You are not me," I shouted, determination pouring from my soul like molten fire. "You are merely an echo of what I have faced, and I will not submit." As I summoned those final remnants of warmth, I felt an explosion of light erupt from within, cascading outward like a resurrection of a fading sun, igniting and illuminating the dark, forcing it to retreat. With every ounce of strength, I powered through the darkness, letting each flicker of memory surge with electrifying force. The shadows twisted and screamed, desperately diving back, trying to escape the searing light that was reclaiming my spirit. And still, as the form writhed back into the void, I could feel that cold, insistent grip tighten once again, relentless and hungry. Those tendrils of despair clawed at my spirit, attempting to pull me back towards the abyss. I wouldn't falter. I wouldn't relent. I choose to rise. I shouted with ferocity, and with every fiber of my being, I surged forward, blasting out waves of energy, each pulse echoing the hope I had discovered in every heartfelt moment of my life. The dark figure shrieked, a frightened response echoing through the air as my light surged closer, filling the space with warmth and clarity. Shadows retreated and pulled away, losing their hold moment by moment. But just when the darkness seemed to shatter, laughter erupted once more, chilling and echoing against the walls of the infinite space as those ghostly whispers rallied to form in a dark symphony that echoed through the void, wrapping around me like chains. "You think you can defeat us?" The chorus erupted, harmonizing with an unsettling cadence that made my heart race. Shadows danced and twisted, stretching into dark figures that darted around me, flickering like candle flames in the wind. Each silhouette carried a promise of fear, lurking just out of sight, eyes gleaming with malice. With every taunt, those spectral forms crept closer, and I could feel their desperate breath, hot and rotten on my skin. I tried to summon the light within, feeling it pulsate like a heartbeat in my chest, but the insistent shadows clung to my thoughts, pulling me into past regrets. They whispered memories of loss, the faces of those who had slipped away, moments frozen in time that left a bitter taste in my mouth. "Remember the day you let them go?" They hissed, twisting around me. "Remember the promise you broke?" The echo of their words twisted around my mind, steeping into every corner of my consciousness, turning my resolve into slivers barely held together. The shadows surged, swirling around me in a wild tempest, creating a kaleidoscope of familiar faces twisted in anguish. I felt trapped, ensnared by a web of my own making, threads of guilt tightening with every passing moment. I could even hear the haunting cries, faint and distant, calling, "Why didn't you save me?" Suddenly, one shadow lunged forward, transforming into the ghostly figure of a friend lost long ago. Its eyes glowed an ethereal green, piercing through the darkness, a chilling reminder of the day I failed to reach out. "You let me slip away," it wailed, and I fell backward as its cold fingers grazed my arm, sending icy dread racing through my veins. "No!" I shouted, trying to shove the figure back into the darkness. But it merely laughed a sound, filled with agony that echoed through the abyss, suffocating the light I fought to preserve. The darkness thickened, curling around my ankles, crawling up my legs like a vile infestation, every inch of it a reminder of despair. The voices came in waves, repeating phrases that carved deep into my soul. "You can't escape the truth," they cried in a maddening chorus. "You are forever haunted by your own indecision." I tried to fight back, stretching my arms wide as if that light within could surround them, illuminate the darkness. But with each effort, the shadows pulsed with strength, wrapping tighter around me, dragging me down further into the depths of confusion and regret. But suddenly, I remembered, every dark night eventually yields to dawn. "I won't be your prey," I shouted defiantly, even as fear wrapped around me like a vice. I focused on the warmth that flickered deep within, the reassurance tucked quietly amidst the cries. It was a light that had seen me through heartache and darkness before, and I would summon it yet again. As I pushed against the shadows, they shrieked, hissing with anger, trying to pry my attention away. The ghostly forms twisted, morphing into monstrous shapes, laughing cruelly as they swirled and encircled me, a chaotic blur of despair and lost chances. But I was determined. My heart raced, each pulse igniting that inner flame. I envisioned every cherished moment, the faces of friends, the joys we shared, the laughter echoing bright against the dark. I carry their strength within me. I declared boldly, a tremor of conviction bursting forth, turning the tide. The shadows faltered as glimmers of light burst from me, wild and crackling like fireworks in the dark sky. Yet the shadows retaliated with ferocity, their laughter dissipating momentarily, forming again, thick and black against the glowing energy. I could feel their hatred radiating toward me, a palpable force seeking to snuff out my spark. Each twisted face glared at me with relentless hatred, a court of ghosts ruling over my sense of self. I fought back, the light swirling around me, illuminating cracks in the darkness. But still, the figures recoiled, their mouths stretching wide in snarls, trying to drown me in anguish. "Embrace us! You are the sum of your failures," they shrieked, echoing through the void. In that moment of overwhelming chaos, the ground beneath my feet trembled and split apart, shadows leaking from the cracks like ink spilling across a canvas. I stumbled back, heart pounding, breathing ragged as I nearly lost my footing. What lay beneath felt malevolent, a yawning chasm begging to swallow me whole. I had to act, gathering every ounce of strength within me. I sent rippling waves of light surging through the cracks, pushing against the tide of darkness. "You are wrong," I cried fiercely, adrenaline propelling me forward. My words transformed into energy, shooting forth in radiant bursts that shattered the darkness like glass. But just as I felt that power surging beneath my feet, the ground shook with renewed force, forcing me to my knees. "This is not over," the shadows screeched, their voices rising into a cacophony of fury. "You cannot outrun your past." Yet in that moment, I glimpsed a flicker of something else, a light dancing in the distance, faint but resolute, beckoning me toward it. Clenching my fists, I propelled myself toward that glimmer, pulling on every memory that promised hope and light. "I will not be defined by you," I rasped, and as the shadows lunged, I finally unleashed the storm of energy within, crashing against the encroaching black. A brilliant explosion tore through the void, sending shadows scattering in every direction, each one hissing as they were relentlessly washed away, evaporating like smoke in the wind. I felt the pressure lift, the cold tendrils dissolving into fragments, leaving nothing but whispers and echoes behind. But even in this moment of reclaiming strength, a singular shadow pressed forward, one larger, darker, more persistent than the rest, bearing the weight of every fear I had faced and the faces of those I'd let down. It surged towards me, twisted limbs reaching with an unholy speed, revealing the depths of despair and regret enshrouding it, flickering behind its grotesque visage. "You're nothing without your shadows," it hissed, its voice slithering through the air, pulling me back as though trying to reform the chains of my sorrow. But I wouldn't yield. Gathering the last remnants of the energy racing through my veins, I focused again on that distant light, tethering my gaze on the hope it bore. The room erupted in whirlwinds of brightness, forcing the shadows to wither, but I knew this last form wouldn't be so easily defeated. "I defy my path," I screamed, pushing forward, sending radiant light straight toward that horrid being, the surge feeling like the long-awaited dawn breaking over the horizon. The shadow screeched, a bone-chilling sound echoing back at me, reverberating in the pitch-black space until it felt as if the very air screamed with despair. As the waves of light surged forth, I stumbled back again, only to realize I was reaching the very brink of an incredible fracture between dark and light. A crack began to form beneath the shadow, revealing that chasm once again. But now, I held the upper hand. I was the wielder of my own fate. "I will not succumb," I shouted, unleashing all the latent power I could muster into that brilliant stream of energy bursting forth with blinding intensity. The shrieks of the dark figure echoed, mingling with its snarls, the ground before it collapsing into the void. I could feel the light push the shadow back with crushing force, the darkness pulling and writhing, grasping at the remnants of strength in a desperate attempt to hold its ground. Slowly, all of the hidden secrets, the gathered darkness, began to unravel, dissolving into wisps of smoke, drifting farther and farther away. But I kept my focus sharp, determined to drive the shadows back where they belonged, shining brighter than I ever thought possible, carving through the demonic visage before me. And just as the entity began to disintegrate into bathed fragments of light, the last cunning words poured from its twisted mouth. "You are never alone in your darkness." The shadows writhed in protest, snapping, clawing, desperately lunging toward their escape from that growing beam of pure illumination. In a final burst of clarity, I thrust forward one last time, allowing every flicker of hope and joyous moment I held inside to explode outward, filling the cavernous void until it was suffocated in brilliance. Just then, the darkness shattered entirely, dissolving around me, revealing a vast expanse that gleamed, spilling with light. I felt the weight lift, and for the first time, I was free from that palpable dread that had haunted me for so long. But as the remnants of shadows fell away, a soft whisper echoed from the edges of my mind, lingering like a ghost. "Is it really over?" While a wave of relief washed over me, an unsettling feeling clung to my spirit. Perhaps the darkness had merely retreated? The thought loomed, an uneasy chill creeping into the corners of my thoughts. The past always had a way of echoing back. There in that bright expanse, with shadows trailing away, I realized something essential. The fight might be over, but the journey to carry the light forward had only just begun. As I stood in that radiant expanse, the air around me shimmered, warm and inviting, but a sense of unease crept into my mind like a thief in the night. What if the shadows returned? What if they had merely retreated to gather strength? Gradually, the brightness began to fade, and I found myself enveloped in a heavy silence. I shifted, feeling my heart race as my surroundings morphed, the comforting light giving way to the familiar chill of darkness. Suddenly, the ground beneath my feet shifted, hard and uneven, like the remnants of a battlefield long forgotten. The shadows from before had not vanished. They lingered just beyond the edges of my vision like a bad memory that refused to fade. "Are you ready to face us again?" A voice whispered from the darkness, echoing with malicious glee. I turned, heart thudding in my chest, searching for the source. The shadows twisted and curled, teasing my senses, always just out of sight. I want to believe I am safe now, that I outran the past, but the air thickened, oppressive and cold. I could feel the weight of the specters pressing down, their presence wrapping around my mind like a fog, bringing with it voices that clawed at my thoughts. "You can never escape your fate," they shrieked, their laughter an eerie chorus that reverberated through the emptiness. Panic surged through me, and I stumbled forward into the dark, desperate to find something solid, something real. The terrain changed, and as I walked, I felt the ground tremble underfoot, cracks opening wide to reveal dark depths swirling below. Each crack emitted chilling wails that seeped upward, pulling on my soul, begging me to return to them. I breathed heavily, dread curling around my heart. I pressed on, but the shadows seemed to thrive in my fear, coiling tighter, their laughter rising with every tremor. I quickened my pace, but the ground continued to split, each step echoing louder, each fracture widening as dark figures dragged themselves closer. Just when I thought I would be consumed, the echo of a child's giggle pierced through the darkness, light and innocent, wrapping around me like a fragile thread of hope. Startled, I looked up. "Who's there?" In a blink, the laughter transformed, and a chill swept the air. The laughter morphed into soft weeping, a sound that settled in my chest like ice. I stepped back, the shadows shifting in reaction, drawing together as if forming a corporeal shape. I squinted into the gloom, trying to see through the thick veil. And then, like a flash, A pale face, ghostly and familiar, emerged from the darkness. "You left me behind," it whispered, a soft sob clinging to the words. My breath caught in my throat, the intensity of those words striking home. It was the ghost of a long-lost friend, their eyes hollow yet filled with sorrow. For a split second, all my defenses crumbled, revealing the depth of my guilt. "I've come back to find you," I murmured, but the shadows erupted into chaotic screams, twisting around me with renewed rage. The specter's form flickered, reaching out, fingers stretching towards me as if pulling at my heartstrings, longing for connection. "You said you would never forget," it echoed, the distortion of its voice rising and falling like a wave crashing against the shore. The crowd of shadows surged forward, and I felt their collective anger, the weight of every decision I had made pressing down on my chest, suffocating me. The ghost flickered like a candle in the wind, disappearing just as the dark forces lunged for me, their grasping tendrils threatening to snuff out my light once more. I fought against the tide, channeling my energy into a blast of radiance that split the darkness around me. With sheer will, light exploded from my fingertips, illuminating the chamber in a brilliant glow. For a moment, the shadows retreated, their wails fading into desperate cries as they struggled against the brilliance of my resolve. But as soon as the light flickered, so did the shadows. They quickly regrouped, darting around me like a swarm of vicious insects, and I felt their icy fingers rake across my skin, searching for weakness. Suddenly, a piercing shriek echoed through the air. I turned to see a monstrous figure emerging from the depths, its body a twisted amalgam of familiar faces, each one a reminder of a past decision, every expression twisted in agony. "You cannot escape your choices," it bellowed, its voice a thunderous roar that reverberated through my very bones. Each word struck me like a blow, and I staggered back, heart pounding as I faced the embodiment of every regret. Behind the beast, shadows rippled and howled, frantic and wild, pulling at my legs, their cool breath curling around my ankles like chains binding me in place. "Your darkness will always find you." I was terrified, rooted to the spot as that monstrous figure advanced, looming over me with hollow eyes and a jagged grin that split its face wide open. My instincts screamed to run, but fear cemented my feet to the ground. Yet even in despair, something sparked within me, an ember of defiance igniting. "No!" I shouted, straining every muscle in my being. "I choose my own path." With that declaration, I reached deep within myself, pulling from every last glimmer of hope I still held. I raised my arms, channeling the brightness that surged through my veins, letting it burst forth like a supernova, blinding the twisted figure before me. Yet, as the light pulsed forward, I sensed it wasn't enough. The shadowy figure bellowed and twisted, absorbing the light as if mocking my resolve. "You're weak," it roared, and the shadows clung tighter, almost like they wanted to snuff out my spark. "You will never win," the shadows begged me, manipulating my deepest fears, trying to drain my strength. I felt my power wavering. A moment of doubt flickered in my mind. But I remembered those I had loved, those I had lost, their faces filling my heart with warmth. I focused on that feeling of love, amplifying it until it erupted, spilling over like a flood designed to cleanse the darkness. "I am more than my regrets," I cried, sending out waves of radiant energy that forced the shadows to recoil, shrieking in anger and frustration. But the more I channeled, the more I felt those icy claws digging into my confidence, whispering doubts that made it hard to breathe. As I strained against the shadows, I suddenly found myself in a familiar place, a childhood home, the walls encased in warmth and light. But something was off, and a sinister tone wrapped around me like a dark shroud, drowning out the comforting memories. "Come play with us," a soft, childlike voice coaxed from the corner of the room, echoing like a broken record. I turned slowly and saw children playing, their laughter echoing eerily, only to feel their joy twisted into something dark. As I stepped further, they turned, eyes wide with a gleeful malevolence. "We've been waiting for you," they chimed in unison, their voices sweet like honey but dripping with sinister undertones, drawing me closer with a hypnotic pull. In an instant, the warmth I had felt faded, and the shadows around them seeped in, swirling almost in dance. I realized too late that the ghosts of my past had taken the form of innocent children, their smiles masking something altogether dreadful. "Join us forever," they begged, clapping their hands, shadows swirling around them like smoke, drawing me into their grasp more tightly. I felt the darkness envelop me, pulling at the edges of my consciousness as I struggled against their enchanting charm. With desperate strength, I forced myself to snap away from their grip. "You are not real," I shouted, and the room darkened, shadows underpinning every corner, slipping into existence like tendrils reaching out for me. But the figures laughed, their giggles echoing eerily, coloring the space as if taunting me. "You can never escape us," they sang, spinning in a circle, and I felt myself teetering on the edge of oblivion, fighting against the seductive pull of their shadows. "I won't let you take me," I shouted, my heart hammering as I channeled all my willpower into a blinding burst of light, almost blinding me. But the children danced, the shadows entwining with a brilliant glow in a grotesque mockery of happiness. Their laughter climbed higher, twisting into wails of despair that filled the space with suffocating dread. Shadows grabbed at my feet, pulling me toward a gaping maw that threatened to swallow me whole. With an anguished scream, I hurled my light toward the children, desperate to erase the dark laughter clinging to my mind. "You are not my memories," I cried, and as my resolve strengthened, the shadows shivered, their form flickering like a dying flame. But their cries came louder, echoing all around me, pulling from the darkest corners of my memories, trapping me in a kaleidoscope of fear. I stumbled back, feeling despair suffocating my hope, choking the very light I had fought so hard to keep alive. Just as I thought I would be devoured by fear, I closed my eyes tightly, focusing on that spark of defiance. "I choose who I am," I shouted into the darkness, feeling the words resonate with every beat of my heart. Suddenly, the light flashed brighter, overwhelming the space, pushing the shadows back only briefly as they clashed against my newfound strength. But a cold caress still crept into my mind, forcing me to confront the nightmares lurking at the edges of my awareness, daring to pull me back into darkness. Those children's faces morphed, twisted by shadows, revealing the deep-seated fears that had plagued me for so long. Their eyes were voids, drawing in everything I tried to block out, whispering about the times I had failed even the ones who trusted me. "You cannot escape," they chanted, and I felt their cold laughter echo in my ears, a harrowing reminder of the mistakes etched in the fabric of my being. Right then, the ground cracked again with a furious boom, and I was thrust back into that abyss, teetering on the edge of despair. I grasped at the light, trying to mold it into something solid, but shadows surged forth, coiling around me, dragging me down into the darkness. With every inch I was pulled, I fought against their grasp, but they only wrapped tighter, murmuring of my failures like a dark lullaby. Each note resonated through my bones, filling me with dread as I felt my essence slip away. "It's over," they cried with glee, and as the chorus rose to a fever pitch, I felt an anguish break free, and I screamed in defiance, feeling energy swell within me, a spark longing to ignite the void around me. "I refuse," I bellowed as I summoned every ounce of hope and light bursting within, shattering the darkness pressing down upon me. Waves of brilliance poured forth, illuminating everything, incinerating the fear that had clawed desperately at my spirit. But even as the shadows screeched and recoiled, the all-consuming weight of despair loomed in the corners, lurking, waiting for just the right moment. The darkness lingered, seeping like a fog into the edges of my thoughts, whispering sweetly of surrender. "You're so close to giving up," it whispered. As the shadows battled against the tide of my light, I knew the journey was far from over. A flicker of unease nagged at my heart, But deep inside, I felt a resolve stronger than before. The darkness may wait silently, but they would never claim my essence without a final struggle. I could feel the determination surging, the bright resolve fighting back against the pervasive gloom, a flame that refused to flicker out. I will not let fear define me, I proclaimed, a determination echoing in the expanse before me. The shadows recoiled, twisting and writhing with fury as I stood my ground, prepared to face whatever awaited me in this ongoing battle against the darkness. The darkness may wait silently, but they would never claim my essence without a final struggle. I could feel the determination surging, the bright resolve fighting back against the pervasive gloom, a flame that refused to flicker out. As I stood there, a chill swept through my body, causing my breath to catch in my throat. The shadows shifted and morphed, their forms twisting violently, and I was acutely aware that they were gathering strength. The air grew thick and heavy, like a storm brewing on the horizon, promising chaos. "What are you afraid of?" a raspy voice echoed, slicing through the cold silence. I turned to face the source, but it was a chorus of whispers, each one insidious and cunning, slithering around me like snakes. "You cannot deny what lurks inside you." As their words wrapped around me, I felt something deep within, a faint stirring of memories, tangled and dark. Faces from my past flashed before my eyes. Friends, loved ones, strangers, and shadows of moments when I faltered. The whispers grew louder, taunting me, dredging up the slightest hint of guilt I had fought to bury. I squeezed my eyes shut, trying to block the images, but they pressed in like a tide rising higher and higher. Memories replayed like a broken record, each slice unveiling a piece of regret, each voice dripping with disdain. "Remember that?" they sneered. "You could have saved them." With every heartbeat, the pressure intensified. It felt as though the darkness was alive, breathing around me, its grasp tightening, absorbing my light. Focusing hard, I recalled the warmth of that flickering spark inside, summoning the strength inherited from the remnants of my happier days. "You are not real," I shouted, channeling every ounce of light, praying it would banish the looming terror. Suddenly, the temperature dropped drastically as I opened my eyes, revealing a grotesque scene unfolding around me. The walls around me warped, colors twisted like oil on water, and I found myself standing in a long, dim corridor lined with doors, each one echoing with soft cries. They whispered my name in a mournful tone, urging me to come closer. "Open the door! Let us in!" they beckoned. Trembling, I glanced at the nearest door. It loomed tall and imposing, its surface carved with strange markings, as though it had been made centuries ago. From within came a steady rhythm, a heartbeat, slow and steady, blending with the mournful whispers. Fearing what lay beyond, yet compelled by curiosity, I stepped closer, hand hovering just above the cold doorknob. "You don't want to open it," the echoes said, their laughter filling the air, drawing closer. In refusing to heed the warning, I twisted the knob, feeling it yield under my grip. As the door creaked ajar, a rush of damp air brushed against my face, sweeping me away in a pulse of memories once more. I stood paralyzed, gazing into the darkness beyond, the heartbeat growing louder and faster, pounding like a drum in my ears. Suddenly, a figure lurched from the shadows within, eyes glinting like two burning coals. "Why did you leave?" it wailed, its voice rising to a chilling crescendo that echoed eerily down the hall. A figure I recognized yet could barely face. An old friend lost in the depths of my past, their form half concealed, caught between dimensions, reaching for me in a twisted mockery of longing. "You're not real!" I shouted again, my hands shaking in defiance. Their features flickered, blurring in and out, and fear dripped from there. Hollow eyes like thick shadows, oozing all around me. The darkness stretched and twisted, morphing into a multitude of faces I had seen, all lost and tormented. I could hear their sobs, feel their hands claw at my consciousness, weighing heavily on my heart like a stone thrown into the depths of a still lake. Breath-catching, I stumbled back, but the walls closed in, and the corridor twisted like it was alive. Each step echoed, blending into a cacophony of whispers growing louder and faster. "You were supposed to save us." I turned, desperate to escape, but the door behind me slammed shut with a thunderous crash, trapping me within this nightmarish hall. I pressed my palms against the cold surface, panic rising as shadows writhed around my feet, wrapping around my ankles like tendrils hungry for my despair. I needed to move. With every ounce of courage, I pulled myself forward, racing down the corridor, hoping to find a light, a way out of the suffocating darkness that had cascaded around me. I ran, footsteps pounding on the stone floor, breaths ragged, each echoing like a drumbeat laced with fear. The whispers morphed into shrieks, chasing me. "You cannot escape. You must face what you've done." They surged from behind, a wave threatening to consume me. I plunged forward through a haze of thickening shadows, heart racing with desperation, knowing that I had to fight back. Then, in a flash of brilliance, I spotted a glimmer at the end of the corridor, an ethereal light beckoning me, flickering like a distant star against the encroaching void. It pulsed with warmth, a beacon guiding me home. Without thinking, I pushed myself forward, every ounce of will directing me toward that light. The shadows howled, twisting and screaming as they were pushed aside by my determination. Just as my fingers grazed the edge of the luminous doorway, a force yanked me back. The figures emerged once more, full-bodied now, their grief spilling over into fury. "You're ours," they screeched, lunging toward me, their hands grasping at my clothes, pulling me down. I felt the cold hands of the lost trying to claim me, snatching at my mind, pulling me under like a tidal wave. The light before me flickered, a fragile glow threatening to go dark. "You cannot leave us," they screamed, their voices mixing into a chaotic storm. But in that moment of terror, I recalled the warmth of my spark, the flickering flame inside that had carried me through. I focused on it, letting it grow until it blazed brighter than the darkest night. "You have no power here," I shouted, thrusting my hands forward, channeling every ounce of light I could muster. In response, an explosion of brightness erupted from my core, filling the space with pure radiance, illuminating every corner of the shadowed corridor. Light surged through the gloom, sending the figures recoiling, their wails turning to shrieks of fury as they were blasted into the walls, their forms dissolving into nothingness. As the blinding brilliance radiated outward, the corridor began to warp and bend, the oppressive walls shifting, the shadowy figures fading into the storm of light. But even as I pushed forward, I sensed a weight still dragging at my spirit, a loneliness overlapping the escaping light. I steeled my resolve, taking one last glance back at the remnants of darkness. "I will remember you," I called out, my voice steady, the warmth of resolve flaring in my chest. "But you will not hold me captive." The remaining shadows recoiled, clawing at the light, but I pressed on, stepping into the radiant glow that spread before me, determined to confront whatever lay ahead. Stepping through the threshold, I felt an electric current flow through my veins, melding the echoes of my past with the power of my spirit. But even in that moment, a chilling sensation lingered, reminding me that the darkness was always waiting, always watching from the edges. As I continued forward, heart pounding with adrenaline, I knew my journey wasn't over. Deep down, a sense of foreboding wrapped around me, hinting that the shadows had been merely a prelude, that the true battle was yet to begin. And while the light illuminated my path, I felt the haunting whispers remain, a constant reminder of everything I had faced and everything yet to come. The question lingered in the back of my mind. How far was I willing to go to confront the darkness that still lingered, waiting patiently for the right moment to strike? The true battle was yet to begin. I could feel an unsettling energy pulsating in the air, vibrating with a low hum that set my nerves on edge. As I stepped further into the brilliant light, it flickered slightly, momentarily dimming, and a chill raced down my spine. A faint rustling noise erupted behind me, breaking the silence. Suddenly, the intensity of the light felt fragile, as if it might shatter any moment. I glanced over my shoulder, half expecting to see the shadows creeping back in. But instead, I was met with an empty corridor, stretching endlessly into the unknown. I must stay focused, I whispered to myself, forcing my feet to move forward. But every step felt heavier, as if the ground beneath me was trying to pull me back into the void. The unsettling sensation ignited a burning need to look around, to assess my surroundings more closely. As I ventured deeper, strange sound waves echoed around me. Soft, rhythmic thuds followed by echoes of whispers that appeared to breathe against my skin. It was like being watched by unseen eyes, each shadow dancing dangerously close, urging me to turn my head, to see what lurked just beyond the reach of light. "Do you sense them?" A voice whispered low, sending a shiver through my entire body. My heart raced. I whipped around, searching for the source, but there was nothing, just the silence wrapped tightly around me, leaving me feeling vulnerable. Determined not to cower in fear, I continued to forge ahead. Yet, the floor beneath me felt uneven, shifting slightly with each step, almost like it had a life of its own. The air thickened, suffocating and sour, a reminder that I had left the safety of the familiar far behind. Out of the blue, a pendulum swung above, its metal clinging rhythmically against the wall, sound rising and falling like a heartbeat. The sight of it sent waves of unease rolling through me, the sensation prickling my skin. What is this place? I thought as a sense of dread began to creep in. I stumbled on, and within moments, I encountered a door unlike the ones that I had seen before. This one was splintered and warped, smeared with what looked like fresh tar, a grotesque darkness swirling across its surface. Inky trails dripped down, pooling at the bottom like dried tears. I hesitated, the dread gnawing at my insides. What could be waiting inside? I pondered, forcing myself to swallow the rising fear clawing at my throat. The whispers returned, slithering into my thoughts, urging me to run. "You know you should," they hissed, echoing all around like an anthem of fear. "You don't want to know." But curiosity bound my feet to the floor. I reached out, trembling, fingertips brushing against the door's rough surface. The moment I touched it, a chill raced through my spine, blinding and electrifying. Suddenly, the door creaked open, almost as if it sensed my presence and welcomed me inside. A suffocating darkness spilled out, wrapping around me like a thick fog. My heart pounded violently as I crossed the threshold, lantern light flickering in the back of my mind, suggesting retreat. As I stepped inside, the air turned oppressive, choking me in. The dark silence. No sounds penetrated the stillness except for the echo of my restless heartbeat. I moved forward cautiously, each step crucial as the atmosphere shifted around me. I soon realized I was in a vast chamber. The walls were lined with mirrors, each reflecting not just my image but shadowy figures lurking just behind me. I turned quickly, but there was nothing, only my own fleeting reflection giving me an odd sense of déjà vu. Suddenly, from the corner of my eye, I caught a glimpse of movement. A shadow darted across one of the reflective surfaces, a fleeting shape that vanished as quickly as it appeared. Cold dread coiled tightly around my chest. What were those? I whispered, unable to shake the sensation of being watched. I focused on my surroundings, scanning the chamber, desperate for something, anything, that would ground me back in reality. A faint sound reached my ears then, like a soft, sobbing echoing from the mirrors. I followed it, drawn to the nearest glass surface, my breath hitching as I leaned closer, examining its depths. The reflection shifted, morphing into a distorted face, a familiar face, twisted in anguish. My heart dropped as I recognized the features of a long-lost friend, trapped within the glass, their mouth moving silently, forming words I couldn't hear. "Help me," the distorted figure mouthed, their eyes pleading, wide with fear. I stumbled back, horrified. No, I gasped, the dread tightening its grip around my throat. Suddenly, the mirrors began to ripple like water, their surfaces shaking violently, distorting my presence within. Shadows twisted and turned, swirling with frantic energy. I fought to pull away, but the sobbing grew louder, intensifying with each wave of panic. What had I stumbled into? Then, without warning, the walls sank in like they were caving in on me. The whispers rose in a frenzied chorus, screaming words that sliced through the silence. You are not alone. I felt them pushing against me, clawing at my mind, dark tendrils of despair winding tighter, intent on dragging me into their depths. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath, forcing down the panic. I will not be consumed, I murmured to myself as I strained against the invisible chains that bound me. Shadows thrummed around me, pulsing like a heartbeat as I struggled, but I could feel their grip loosening. I focused again on the warmth inside, allowing it to expand, filling me with fiery determination. I willed the light to surge forth, a reactive force against the consuming darkness. The mirrors shook violently, fracturing into 100 pieces, releasing the figures inside them, torrents of shadow bursting forth into the chamber, their cries suffocating. But I pressed on, channeling all my energy into pushing them back. The echoes of their cries turned into wails as they clawed at the light surrounding me, desperate to drag me into their depths. As the shattering continued, I glimpsed fleeting faces across the shards, fragments of lives unlived. Each one reached toward me, their expressions twisted with longing, horror, and furor. Shadowy hands emerged from the depths, stretching towards me, beckoning me to join their realm. No, I won't fall into despair with you, I barked, summoning my light, a raw burst of power that illuminated the chamber more brilliantly than before. Each shard of glass became an opportunity for reflection, a moment to push back against the encroaching tide. Yet the figures persisted, lingering at the edges, their wails plucking at my fears, teasing my uncertainty. I pushed harder, feeling the boundaries of my growing power extend outward, chasing away the shadows that sought to pull me under. But just as I felt the tide begin to recede, a loud crash erupted from above. The roof trembled, sending pieces of debris showering down around me. Run! A voice roared from somewhere within the chaos, and I hesitated for just an instant, the shadows opening a dark chasm that threatened to swallow me whole. Instinct kicked in as I turned and dashed toward the nearest exit, heart racing, adrenaline flooding through my veins. But the shadows lashed out, eager to claim me. I could feel hands clutching at my ankles, tugging me back toward the darkness. You cannot escape your fate, they screamed, and I fought against their grip, determined to go forward, not backward. As I burst through a doorway into an adjoining room, I glanced back long enough to see the shadows dissipate, pouring into the cracks of the mirrors like dark smoke. But a horrific realization struck me. There was no ending, only more layers on this twisted journey. The new room was dim and dreary, filled with dust and echoes of despair. The walls whispered stories of lost souls, each tale clinging tightly to the air, reminding me of the path I'd traveled. I took a deep breath, forcing my racing heart to settle as I tried to gather my thoughts. But then I heard it, a soft, scratching sound coming from the far corner of the room. Cold dread washed over me as I turned slowly, the sound growing louder, sharper. Like claws against wood scraping, my instincts screamed at me to run, but curiosity gripped me tight. As I approached the source, I could see a shadow moving at the foot of the wall. It shifted uneasily as I neared, and I hesitated, staring into the dim light. Then, just as I reached out, it emerged, a creature unlike anything I'd imagined. It was thin and emaciated, skin stretched tight over its bones, colorless and pale, its eyes wide and hollow. It gazed at me with an unsettling mix of hunger and desperation, its mouth slowly parting into a jagged grin that made my skin crawl. "Help me," it rasped, the words echoing unnaturally, like a blend of a whisper and a scream. Every instinct screamed for me to retreat, but I was frozen to the spot. "What do you want?" It stared back, large, unblinking eyes boring into my soul. A piercing gaze that felt like it too could reach into the depths of my mind. "I can show you what they fear," it hissed, a twisted grin stretching wider, revealing teeth as sharp as blades. Chills ran up my spine, realization dawning that this creature represented everything dark that I had fought against. In it lingered the essence of my deepest fears and regrets. "Do I want to know?" I wondered, voice trembling as I stared into the abyss of its gaze. For a moment, I wavered, the shadows lurking at the edges of my mind, beckoning me to trust this thing. "What can you show me?" "Everything," it crooned. "Everything you've lost, everything you fear." Adrenaline surged as curiosity merged with dread. I had faced darkness before, fought through shadows that reminded me of my mistakes. But could I trust myself to see what lay ahead? With a trembling voice, I said, "Show me," despite every doubt, every whisper that warned against it. The creature lunged toward me suddenly, the walls vibrating with its desperate energy, pulling me into its grasp, and I knew in that moment the true depths of terror were about to unfold. The world around me warped, spiraling into a whirlwind of my fears as I stepped into the darkness once more. And as I crossed that threshold, I understood that it was not just a journey through the shadows, but a confrontation with the very essence of my own soul. The light flickered, then dimmed behind me, hinting that whatever emerged in that abyss would challenge the very core of who I was. The moment I crossed into the creature's dark realm, reality twisted and churned like a violent storm. An icy wind swept through, carrying the scent of decay and whispers of long-lost souls. I felt weightless, suspended in an endless expanse of nothingness where shadows wriggled and writhed. My heartbeat thundered in my ears, drowned out by the cacophony of whispers calling my name, pulling me deeper into the abyss. Suddenly, the darkness began to shift, coalescing into horrifying scenes from my past. I found myself standing at a familiar crossroads, surrounded by flickering specters of those I had lost. Faces emerged from the void, friends and family whose voices echoed hollowly, drowning me in guilt. They reached out, their mouths moving in silent screams, mirroring my own feelings of regret. In this dreamlike nightmare, memories bled together. I was back in that park where laughter had once reigned, now overtaken by a suffocating silence. A tree, gnarled and twisted, loomed overhead, its branches clawing at the sky like skeletal hands. The air was thick with a stench of death, and I could feel the weight of their sorrow pressing down on me. I turned to escape, but the shadows were relentless. They surged around me, morphing into the embodiment of my fears, a twisted amalgamation of images, people, and regrets coiling around my heart like a vice. I could feel tears and anger saturating the air as they forced memories into focus. The arguments that spiraled into silence, the chances I didn't take, the goodbyes that had been said too late. Just as I thought I could break free, I collided with a memory that sent a shock through my soul. It was a face I had never wanted to see again, a friend who had disappeared after I had failed to reach out. His eyes bore into me, filled with accusations and despair. "Why didn't you save me?" he asked, the question slicing through me like a dagger. I stumbled backward, the ground shifting beneath me, swallowing my feet, binding me to the spot. Sounds of distant wailing rose and crashed against me, drowning out my protests. I desperately wanted to plead for forgiveness, but my throat was parched, words catching like thorns. Suddenly, the darkness surged forward, engulfing me. I gasped as feelings of isolation and hopelessness wrapped themselves around me, a suffocating blanket, pulling me into an even deeper despair. Through the chaos, a glimmer of hope flickered before me, a tiny flame dancing in the enveloping darkness. I surged toward it, fighting against the heaviness. The shadows lashed out, scrambling to pull me back, but I could feel that warmth resonating in my core, urging me to hold on to it. In that moment, The flame exploded, illuminating everything like a burst of sun breaking through a storm. The memories around me began to dissolve, forced away by the pure power of light and love. I felt a rush of clarity wash over me. The faces around me transformed into serene expressions of understanding. They reached out, no longer accusing, but offering comfort. As I turned to face the creature, it loomed there, dark and foreboding, its form twisting in tandem with the ebb and flow of shadows. But this time, I didn't feel afraid. "You are just a reflection of my fears," I declared, feeling emboldened by the light that radiated within me. "You cannot hold me anymore." The darkness quivered, recoiling as I stepped closer, drawing strength from the warmth and brightness surging through my veins. With every ounce of determination, I reached out, willing the light to shine brighter, forcing the shadows to recede. The creature howled, the sound lacing the air with desperation. It writhed and twisted, becoming less defined, breaking apart as the light grew stronger. The world spun around me, the void collapsing in upon itself like a shattering glass, splintering into 1,000 pieces. And in that moment, the final confrontation, the darkness dissolved entirely. I found myself standing alone, breathless but free amidst the remnants of the memories, now drifting like leaves in a gentle breeze. I took a deep breath, allowing the realization to wash over me. I was not a prisoner of my past, but its keeper, the keeper of lessons that propelled me forward. My fears could no longer control me, nor could the ghosts of regrets bind me to the shadows. I stood tall in the light, a fierce resolve settling in my heart. With a newfound strength, I turned away from the remnants of fear, stepping through the final doorway, out of the darkness and into the light, leaving behind the haunting whispers that had once threatened to consume me. Each footfall carried me forward, no longer looking back as I embraced the possibilities awaiting me on the other side, liberated from the shackles of my own creation. Still, as I walked away, I couldn't shake the heavy feeling in the pit of my stomach, the knowledge that the shadows were not entirely vanquished. They lingered, biding their time, hidden in the corners of my mind, waiting for a moment of weakness. But I would not fall prey to them again. I would carry my experiences, the lessons learned, and the light glowing within me, guiding my path no matter the darkness that lurked. In that moment, I knew my journey was not truly at an end. Life is a tapestry woven with light and dark threads. And as I emerged into the world beyond the shadows, I felt a commitment to stand firm against whatever darkness lay ahead. With each step into the unknown, I felt stronger and more determined. The fears had been conquered, but they would always be a part of me, a reminder of where I had come from and what I had fought against. As the sun broke on the horizon, spilling gold across the landscape, I would face the future, fearless and unwavering.